and then lower. The volume of the radio. Let me proceed. Can you talk even the aircon? Yeah.
Okay, mute yourself, please.
Afternoon delegates. The session of the House is now in order. Can we have
recording in progress?
Can we have a moment of silence or prayer of meditation? Thank you, delegates. Honorable delegates, I would like to remind the delegates that the rules, in particular sub-rules 21, 22, and 22 of Rule 103 applies. Honorable delegates, in accordance with the Council Rule 22.1, 229.1, there will be no notices of motion without notice. There will be no notices of motion or motions without notice today. The honorable delegates, before we proceed, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the Ministers of Science and Technology and the Minister of Water and Sanitation and all permanent delegates, as well as the MECs and the special delegates and the SARCA representatives into the House. Further, I would like to remind the delegates that in terms of Rule 229 of the Council Rule, the time for reply by the ministers to a question is 5 minutes. Only 4 supplementary questions are allowed per question. A member who has asked the initial question will be given the first bite, and then the time for asking a supplementary question is 2 minutes. The time for reply or supplementary on the side of the ministers will be 4 minutes. The supplementary question must emanate from the initial question. I would like now to call the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology to respond to question number 90. That question number 90 is asked by Honorable Mukwile, the delegate from Limpopo, which is dealing with the National Systems of Innovation Transformation Summit. Over to you, Minister.
Good afternoon, House Chair and
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I've taken off my jacket because it's a bit hot where I am. I hope you are not taking that as a sign of disrespect to the House. Thank you to Honorable Mukwele for this very important question. I really welcome it as well that already a member is asking about a summit that we've just held recently on the 13th and 14th of March. This summit, I had initiated it and I had requested the National Advisory Council on Innovation to convene it on my behalf. Summit brought together over 300 delegates, including leaders from government, academic institutions, science councils, business, organized labor, as well as student and youth representatives and other stakeholders. The event served as a critical platform for stakeholders across government, academia, industry, and civil society to engage in discussions aimed at accelerating transformation, which was the focus of the summit, within South Africa's innovation ecosystem. The discussions were aligned with the objectives of the Decadal Plan for Science, Technology, and Innovation, which emphasizes the need for a more dynamic, diverse, and impactful innovation system to drive economic growth and social development. The two key considerations that were before the summit is the first one: why has the post-apartheid transformation of the national system of innovation fallen short of its intended goals? And how can we deepen and accelerate this process to ensure science, technology, and knowledge more effectively serve government, education, society, the economy, and the planet as a whole? In short, then, to come straight to the question of Honorable Mukwele, the key outcomes of the summit contained key policy recommendations and also focused on the issue of, and the key focus on policy recommendations was actually the need to transform the sector, strengthen funding mechanisms, especially for emerging innovators and marginalized institutions. Also, the other outcome was that the summit focused on the importance for capacity building and investing in skills development for science, technology, and innovation. The other outcome was that the summit focused on the need to strengthen collaboration and networking, especially between government, industry, academia, and civil society, as well as monitoring and evaluation. Then there were a number of calls to action, which I'm not going to go into detail in each one of them. My apologies, I've got flu, Chair, so that's why you see me going to my nose all the time. The first one is that there was a call that we need a comprehensive strategy, which they asked me to lead on funding the NSI, because we are definitely not having enough funding. The second issue was the transformation of the NSI, in particular, affirmation in the sector of Black people, women, and youth. And then also the issue of science promotion, that one of the tasks we have is to promote the role of science in society. Another important recommendation was on indigenous knowledge systems, which we must mobilize as part of our science system. And they called for the establishment, which is what is in the white paper, of an indigenous knowledge-based bioinnovation institute. The issue of the importance of investing in STEM education across our education system from schooling. The issue of artificial intelligence and cybersecurity. The important issue of advancing the international agenda, the African agenda, sorry, as well as international collaboration. So this is the summary of what came out of the summit. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your elaborate answer. The first follow-up question will come from Honorable Mkwili, the delegate from Limpopo. Over to Honorable Mkwili to have 2 minutes.
Thanks very much. So let me try to switch on my video so that what's wrong with my video? The minister is still there with the video.
No, Honorable,
okay.
We can see you.
Okay. No. Thanks very much, House Chair, and greetings to Honorable Minister, permanent delegates, and all and the viewers at home. Minister, thanks very much for the elaborate reply and very comprehensive. House Chair, my question to the Minister is that I'm particularly interested in the participant at that summit, Minister, where the traditional leaders and the healers invited to the summit. And my second question, what is the envisaged role of the traditional leaders in the development of indigenous knowledge system, as you indicated, Minister? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mkwili. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and thank you for the follow-up question from Honorable Mkwili and honorable members. I am really very glad that you are asking this question, because traditional leaders are a very important part of science, technology, and innovation. As I have said, we have a fairly elaborate program, which at some stage I would like to come and share with the NCOP on the indigenous knowledge systems. And we have also got things we've implemented as well as plans. In terms of attendance, there were representatives from the traditional healers who hold senior portfolios in their respective organizations. There was, for instance, the National Deputy Secretary of the National Unitary Professional Association for Traditional Health Practitioners of South Africa, as well as the former CEO of the Traditional Healers Organization, as well as the spokesperson for the Northwest Ngaga Association for Traditional Health Practitioners. But also on the side of traditional leaders specifically, the summit was graced by the presence of the former Deputy President of Contralesa. We enjoy a lot of support from traditional leaders as the department, especially as a result of our indigenous knowledge system, because traditional leaders are a very important component in promoting our own indigenous knowledge system. Also, just to add, House Chair, we do have a coordinating mechanism between us and the traditional healers, as well as between us and traditional leaders as well. But it's a relationship also that can be further strengthened so that we work together to actually advance science, technology, and innovation, especially the contribution of traditional leaders in this very important matter, which they themselves are dealing with matters relating to indigenous knowledge on a daily and on an ongoing basis. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up questions for 2 minutes is from Honorable Andrianse.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Good afternoon, Honorable Minister. I want to ask you the following question regarding what you just raised, and especially with the funding that's not fully there. I want to mention to you that we need more decisive actions with clear timeframes and less talks. The country is really tired of jawbones. So could you clarify how these conclusions reached at this talk and seminar and everything that has been held in March, how will this promote the inclusion of these marginalized communities, especially the women and youth, with clear examples of it in the science, technology, and innovation sectors, and what specific timelines are set for the implementation thereof. We hear of the to-do, but we need to know about the implementation thereof. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Andreas. Over to you, Pepetwa.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and thanks to Honorable Adrian. The question you're asking is a very important one. I'm very pleased to inform the House, and yourself in particular, Honorable Adrian, that I have already asked the department to incorporate the resolutions of the summit, which also adopted the declaration, by the way, around which we want to mobilize the whole sector, to incorporate that into our strat plans, which we are submitting in Parliament right now as I'm talking to you, as well also as in our annual performance plans, so that Parliament is aware. That will contain the details, which I'm unable to say now because it's a number of items arising from the summit. They will come this before you, so that then we are able to see exactly what do we plan to do, because there are things that we are planning to do for the current financial year, but also there are things that are going to be incorporated into a 5-year strat plan. I would also invite members, by the way, that when you engage with this, the strat plan as well as the APP, we would be more than willing to consider some recommendations coming from your relevant committee or from the NCOP through the committee, things that in particular are within the purview of our own budget that we have, to be able to say what are some of the things that we are actually suggesting or proposing that could actually be done. On youth, I must say that in terms of our decadal plan, our 10-year plan, 2022 to 2032, is youth, is focus on youth. And one of our priority areas is digitization, as well as modern technologies like artificial intelligence. We really have got dedicated focus on youth, because youth is very important. Even, by the way, I'm pleased to say that as we are president of the G20, the research stream that I am heading, we are also going parallel to that, going to be having a youth science, technology, and innovation gathering of youth from all the G20 countries and those that are invited, to focus specifically on the role of youth, including young scientists, by the way, that we also want to come to actually showcase the work that they are doing. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question comes from Honorable Kennedy. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, the transformation role of science, technology, and innovation is often acknowledged. However, its potential as a driver of national development has not yet been recognized. What impact does the National System of Innovation Transformation Summit have on challenges such as poverty, inequality, and unemployment? Thank you.
Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kennedy, for a very important question that you have asked. I want to say that as a department, we've adopted what we call a mantra. And this mantra is now foregrounding our strat plan to implement the medium-term development plan, as well as our APP. Our mantra basically is saying, our major challenge as a department is to place science, technology, and innovation as a priority in government, in education, in industry, and in society. Precisely arising out of your own concerns that unless we elevate the importance of science, we are not going to be able to achieve some of our goals. Science is very important now in terms of modernizing our industry, growing our economy, but most importantly, coming up with new industries that are as a result of new technologies that will actually be found. And that's fundamental in tackling our triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. And one of the main issues, as I have said, that the summit has correctly elevated as part of addressing this is the whole area of human resource development. We have to invest in skills development for science, technology, and innovation. We have to strengthen science, technology, engineering, and mathematical disciplines and subjects in schools so that especially Black children stop this thing of being afraid of science, but they are able to participate so that they themselves can be innovators rather than consumption of innovation that comes from somewhere else. In that way, we are then able to actually tackle poverty, inequality, and unemployment, including, by the way, our indigenous knowledge system addresses that. Because from our indigenous knowledge system, we're actually able to intervene and mobilize and harness this knowledge. Largely, they are from poor communities, rural communities in particular, so that we are able to develop those areas for the benefit of those communities. I thank you very much, Honorable House Chair and Honorable House Kennedy. Honorable Kennedy, sorry.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question comes from Honorable Ngobo.
So, thank you, Chair. Greetings to honorable members, honorable Minister. The summit declarations and recommendations are a step in the right direction, but their impacts will depend on the extent to which they are integrated into government policies and programs. Can the Minister provide an update on how the recommendations of the summit will be incorporated into the department's strategic plan and budget, and how progress will be monitored and evaluated? Thank you.
Over to you, Pepper.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Ngobo Fuze. I think I have already, to a certain extent, touched on your very important question. The first thing that I've said is that already the recommendations of the summit are already incorporated now into the strat plan for the next 5 years, as well as the annual performance plans. It's there where specifically then you will be able to say as members when you reflect on this, are these timelines okay? Are these things being done? The other thing in terms of incorporating this into government, during the 6th administration, the president had appointed an interministerial committee, which he asked me to chair as Minister of Science, but involving other ministers like environment, basic education, higher education. In other words, ministers who are in what we call science-intensive departments, like health, in addition, like agriculture. In fact, I'm going to be presenting a cabinet memorandum within the next 4 to 6 weeks, also urging that the president actually reappoints or reestablishes this committee so that as ministers we are able to work, because that is the best way around which we're going to mobilize government. Now, one task in the last term that hopefully the president will reinstate was that all these departments have got some money set aside for science, technology, and innovation. Then the challenge of the IMC is how do we spend these monies in a coordinated fashion so that we maximize impact, given the fact that our own resources as the Department of Science, Technology, and Innovation are not enough. But if we are able to work together, we can be able to mobilize more resources that are likely to have bigger impact, even if those will be taking place in specific departments. As long as it advances science, that is what is important for us. I thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We now come to question number 88, asked by Honorable Adrianse. The question is dealing with the implementation of imaging technologies. Over to you, Pepe.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, and thanks to Honorable Adrianse for her question, which is also a very important question. Now, our decadal plan, one of its priorities, what we call grand challenges, there are five. They are in 5 key domains in which we want to build foundational digital capabilities. These foundational digital capabilities are grouped into 5 technical or natural sciences domains. They are to form the building blocks of application development and customization that could be leveraged for South Africa to leapfrog into the digital economy space as per the Department of Communications Digital Economy Master Plan. It's a government plan, but led by the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. Now, the 5 technical natural science domains identified in the decadal plan are: 1, artificial intelligence, robotics, and cybernetics. Secondly, it's mixed reality, or what is called digital twin. Thirdly, it's modeling and simulation skills that are very vital in digitization. Fourthly, it's blockchain and cyber security. And fifthly, the Internet of Things, or what we call cloud computing. We're developing these, most importantly, Honorable House Chair, these foundational digital capabilities within an initiative that we call the Foundational Digital Capability Research Platform, which is funded by our department. That's how we prioritize this. Also, through our department, we are working with the Wits University Southern Center for Inequality Studies in establishing a complementary research program within this foundational digital capacity research platform that focuses on the socio-economic aspects of the digital economy. So this has been done after very wide consultations that we've done around this program, including research capabilities that we need. We are also collaborating with the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, because the 2 departments are very central in the issue of digitization. We are also focusing here on empowering young people. I also just want to say, Honorable House Chair, that the DSTI, our department, through our white paper and decadal plan, has also identified what we call circular economy as a new source of growth in South Africa, which can also involve young people, but also in the creation of jobs. You might remember in the apartheid era, we used to do things like collecting bottles and selling them, even collecting bombs. Now, such things, much the apartheid government was doing it for its cynical objectives. Circular economy, otherwise, is very important. That we throw away too many things in South Africa. Well, globally in the world, a lot of the things that we throw away, they become dirt, they pollute, and so on. We could actually take these things back and redevelop, not just recycle, but also use that dirt to actually produce, my apologies, Chair, new products. Hey, I know. I must use my own indigenous knowledge system, House Chair, to be able to deal with this problem. So we have already established a circular economy demonstration fund, which is aimed at promoting the circular economy. This fund aims to support the adoption of proven circular technologies or innovation process improvements. That's just some of the things that we've actually done on the score. And thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Mpepecha. The next follow-up question is coming from Honorable Adrianse.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honourable Minister, I see you've grabbed a bit of water, so yes, I want to know exactly and specifically, I've heard you well, and I heard the 5 basis for the digital research platform, the AI, robotics, and mixed reality and everything. But what's important for me is the fact that we need examples where these programs are in place, these initiatives that's currently in place to support the equitable distribution of these technologies to under-resourced provinces. We know now about WITS and we've the focus on young people, but where are the examples already in place distributing these technologies to the under-resourced provinces? Thank you.
Thank
Yes.
you, Honorable Andranse.
Thank you very much, Honorable Adrianse, for that follow-up question. Firstly, the one thing I've said, which I would like to emphasize, is that we have, for instance, established the Circular Economy Demonstration Fund. The second thing is that much as the issue of cheaper data and is not necessarily within my domain, but I'm working with the Department of Communications to ensure that data becomes cheaper, because that is the one thing, by the way, a fight that we must take up together with yourselves as the NCOP, as honorable members of parliament, that we actually campaign that we cannot be able to digitize and make digital technologies accessible if data is so expensive as it is now. It's something that is very important, that the data that is in the hands of government is distributed in such a manner that it is able to support poor communities. But then on the other issue of the circular economy, we are supporting a number of programs. I won't be able, because of time, to go into detail. I'll just name them. The one we've got what is called the Green Youth Network Program, which seeks to empower and inspire young individuals to actively participate in the circular economy and foster innovation. Secondly is what we call Imvelisi Enviropreneurs programs, which is business development intervention designed to support aspiring entrepreneurs in the green and circular economy. Thirdly is what we call Living Catchments program, which is aimed to create more resilient, more resourced, and more rotational communities. And all these examples I'm giving you, by the way, their foundation is actually digital technologies. So as we do these specific green initiatives, but we are doing them on the platform of relevant digital technologies and so on. So what I'm talking about, Honorable Adrianse, are things that we are already doing, as you are asking for. What is it that we are doing concretely? Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question comes from Honorable Feni from the province of the Legends.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me also extend greeting to Honorable Minister. Thank you, Honorable Minister, with your capacitating responses. There are indeed noble plans and resonate well with plans to grow the economy that we have allotted, but also not to leave our people behind as we digitize and moving to sustainable ways to grow the economy, as we have already highlighted. One aspect that I wanted to know, as we have already alluded to, is around the question, indeed, Honorable Minister, of the question of data, the cost of data, taking into cognizance the economic challenge that is facing our country, specifically towards the working class and the small medium enterprises. Are there any means, as you have highlighted, that will engage or engaging with the Department of Communication in ensuring that this becomes a reality, Honorable Minister? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Oh, sorry, Chair. I should have asked you to give me the go-ahead. My apologies. Thank you very much, Honorable Fene. I think I've already covered to a certain extent the issue of data and data costs. And I actually say that it would be very important for this house, like the NCOP, given your close proximity also with provinces and localities, that we take up the struggle for cheap data. This remains one of our biggest enemies in terms of empowering young people with digitization, but also for innovation, by the way. Digital skills are very closely related to capacity to innovate. So I think that I've already covered that, and I agree with you entirely in raising that matter. We are also doing a lot of work then on the other area that you were talking about, which is working with the SME. You may remember that during SONA, the president spoke about the Innovation Fund. That Innovation Fund, which, by the way, we started in 2021, the president wasn't launching it at the State of the Nation, was basically talking about upscaling it. It's dedicated at supporting new innovation and, by the way, the whole issue of intellectual property for SMEs, because that's very important. We also have got a program that we call in our department grassroots innovation, because we understand that much as innovation comes from high end, people with PhDs, sophisticated research in universities and so on, but that's not the only place where innovation takes place. Innovation also takes place at grassroots level. Many creative things that we are supporting. That's why part of the program we have, by the way, now, we are piloting with a few TVET colleges where we want to introduce courses that are related to innovation and to support initiatives for innovation at the level of just people who are training to be artisans and so on, apart from what is communities. Because in South Africa, I would like to end, we are a very talented nation, Honorable Fene. That's why I also like this. We are very innovative. Music, amapiano is all over the world now. We have got the Springboks, which is conquering the world in rugby. We were the first one to point out during COVID that there is now a new variant of COVID. It was our own scientists, not from anywhere else. There is lots of innovations that at a variety of levels. And we are committed as this department to actually support those, especially also through the SMEs that constitute more than 60% of our economy. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question comes from Honorable Aris from Konubi Penal.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chairperson. Thank you very much. I just want to ask the Minister, given that technology has the power to revolutionize the healthcare system by making it more accessible, efficient and effective at saving lives, from early diagnosis and remote and monitoring to provision, medicine and emergency care. The integration of technology advance can significantly reduce mortality rates, improve patient care, and bridge gaps in healthcare access. What plans do you have put in place, Minister, to ensure technology is saving lives in healthcare facilities? Thank you.
Thank you very much, through you, Honorable House Chair, to Honorable Aris. I'm very glad you are asking this question, Honorable Aris, because we have a very huge health portfolio, or to call it specifically what we call it, health innovation portfolio in my department. The first big thing that we have been doing, and which is an achievement, is on vaccination. At the height of COVID, the president called me and said, Zimande, bring together our scientists so that we can come with our own COVID vaccines. I'm very glad to say that we have now started producing our own vaccines here in South Africa that will also look at other African diseases like malaria and other diseases that are prevalent in our continent and in South Africa. Also, another example I can give on health innovation. We've just launched a very big project, and it's the first of its kind in the world, which is a nuclear medicine research initiative at the University of Pretoria, which actually is using nuclear technology to improve the diagnosis and curing or treatment of cancer. In other words, what we call the therapeutics and diagnostics for cancer. This is a very advanced technology that has been funded by our department to actually improve in the area of health and innovation. At some other stage, I would be more than happy to share in some more detail, which I would love to, by the way, to be invited by the relevant committee of the NCOP to share in some details the work that we are doing in biotechnology, for instance. And we are collaborating with the Chinese, by the way, on traditional medicines. There is a medication I'm using, I forget it now, which is very good for my sinuses. I've only discovered now, after years of using it, that it actually derives from traditional Chinese medicine. We are working with the Chinese so that we can be able to share experiences in order to do that. Let me just lastly say, by the way, that South Africa is amongst the top 5 of biodiverse countries in the world. Just our plant species alone, we've only studied 5% of our plant species. We still have 95% of our plant species that have not been studied. That's why we work with traditional healers, because out of that, I have no doubt, the more we study those, we are going to be able to come up with new health products or even cosmetic products, beauty products for that matter, in order to be able to deal with this. But thank you very much for asking this question on our health innovation portfolio. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question comes from Honorable Van den Berg, the Northern Cape delegate.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman. As the Minister has already alluded to working with the Department of Communication, my question is, to prevent the widening digital divide, and since we have to ensure circular development in equitable implementation of emerging technologies, prioritize inclusive design, affordable solutions, ethical deployment, and data transparency, while fostering collaboration between governments, business, and civil society. But South Africans cannot have access to low-cost satellite internet that reaches even the most rural areas of South Africa because of BEE legislation not allowing these service suppliers to operate in South Africa. My question is, do we have any other options of obtaining access to satellite internet? Is there no other technology, or as there is no other technology that can take us as a nation into the future of the 4th industrial revolution as widespread and cost effectively? Mr. Minister, will we as a government be viewed by history as the creators of digital apartheid? Thank you.
Over to you, Perpetua.
My apologies, Chair. I really need Umhlonyane, we are right. Thanks, Honorable Van den Berg. But let me start by putting this up front, You can't blame Black economic empowerment for inability to make access possible. In fact, you need Black economic empowerment in order to expand access. Because the problem we really have in South Africa is that wealth is still located and facilities is still located in the hands of the minorities in this country. Largely white, but also even within the Black community is still a minority that actually has got these accesses. So Black economic empowerment is necessary to expand low-cost data when you have more people actually having access to data and even suppliers of data when they also come from Black communities. You can't blame BE for that. Anyway, BE is a constitutional imperative in order to sort out the more than 300 years of the mess that we inherited from colonialism and apartheid. That's why we should put the blame. It's colonialism and apartheid which has put us where we are. Now, on satellite development, I'm glad we're asking about that because South Africa has got some very good satellite development programs. For instance, the University of KwaZulu-Natal, just as one example, they have got a very advanced programs for satellite development. And as a matter of fact, they've launched some satellites that are very important, as you rightly say, for data collection and also for understanding the world that we are in better by being able to study things through satellite technologies. In fact, we are putting more money. Some of this is funded directly by my department because besides my small budget of 9 billion rands per annum, but we do actually give some money to support satellite development in our universities. Cape Peninsula University of Technology is another institution. Stellenbosch is another institution that have got. In fact, our prowess in this area has now even been recognized by the African Union, which has designated Southern Africa under the leadership of South Africa as a place for space technologies in particular. The AU has got what is called a virtual university. Our specialization is on space technology as well as satellite development in order to actually empower the rest of the continent, because we can't just be empowering or be satisfied what is happening in South Africa. We are part of the continent unless we work also towards to contribute towards the development of the whole continent. Our continent will remain behind. If the continent remains behind, South Africa, unlike under apartheid, where we thought South Africa was one bright spot in what was otherwise derisively called a dark continent, we don't do away with that dark continent because the African people and the African continent is part of the future of this world. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Now we come to the next question, which is question number 91, asked by Honorable Finis, which deals with economic spin-offs. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. I hope now my picture is better now because I was trying to change because there was some light that was coming in at the back. I hope things are better now. Thank you for this question to Honorable Finis. Firstly, I would like to say that the International Square Kilometre Array project, together with what is there now, the Meerkats telescopes in the area where the Square Kilometre Array is going to be built. This is a precursor. It's not only this a groundbreaking scientific endeavor, but also a powerful driver for socio-economic transformation. This project, amongst other things, I want to time myself here. This project, amongst other things, extends beyond just radio astronomy, generating broad-based benefits, and also is generating broad-based benefits in infrastructure development, human capital advancement. I would, for instance, like you to say that in the vicinity in Kanavo of the Square Kilometre Array, we've put laboratories in 2 schools, which were not there. Because our plan, by the way, is that the people who must manage the Square Kilometre Array must also be produced from local communities. It mustn't just be people we import from Cape Town, from Durban or Johannesburg, but we must also develop these local skills. We are supporting the teaching of science, technology, technology, engineering, and mathematical subjects in schools. And I must say that an independent socio-economic study was undertaken to consider the national impact of radio astronomy investment in MEECAT and the SKA. And here is what was found, very briefly. 23,022 full-time equivalent jobs have been created throughout the country. And there's been a 19.4 billion increase in production, an increase in our GDP of 8.8 billion rands, as well as the report, amongst others, concludes that the expenditure on the SKA has had a significant positive impact on the South African economy and is actually expected to continue. Also, we are working, I must just say this, that one of the benefits of this is that together with Minister of Tourism, Minister Dili, we have launched a very exciting project, which is what we call Astro-tourism. In other words, we want to promote tourism into the SKA from within South Africa and from the rest of the world. Because through tourism, we are able to showcase ourselves as a destination of science as South Africa. I want to expand this, of course, together with Minister Dili, to South Africa becoming a premier science tourism destination. So we are also going to be building at the SKA a welcoming building where we are going to be welcoming visitors properly, unlike what we have now, as part of promoting tourism. Also, by the way, there are lots of schools that we are taking to the site of the SKA in order to excite learners. The learners get excited to know that Wi-Fi, for instance, is a product of astronomy. Without astronomical studies, we would not have had Wi-Fi. What we call the GPS for directions is a direct outcome of astronomy. So astronomy is not just about studying the skies up there, but the derivatives from that are very important for our own development. So those are some of the things. I've got lots of other things. Other towns in the Northern Cape, for instance, other than Kanakon, are also benefiting on astro-tourism. Like in Sutherland, for instance, there is also people now who are visiting the Fraserburg Museum. And also, one of the positive impacts is going to be the development of our high computing capacity, because we are told right now by our own scientists that the amount of data we are going to be generating from the SKA, we don't have computer capacity anywhere in the world at this point in time. We are beginning to work with Germany and other countries to develop that capacity. And the data that's going to come out of there and mining that data is going to provide a foundation for lots of innovation. We have no doubt about that. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first follow-up question comes from Honorable Finis, the originator of the question.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Thank you, Minister, for your response. I am really, as a Northern Caper, encouraged and appreciate that these projects have had a national socio-economical impact. But my question, Minister, is, I know that jobs were created over the whole of South Africa, but can you perhaps provide us with a geographic spread across the country, South Africa, of these jobs created by these projects? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, through you, House Chair, to Honorable Finis for this very important question that she has asked. As I have said, we did an independent socio-economic study of the SKA project, which we did in 2022. In respect of job creation coming out of this, the study determined the net impact in the Northern Cape province and the rest of the country, resulting from construction and operations over the period 2011 to 2022. And the result has been as follows, that between 2012 and 2022, Nationally, there's been 3,290 direct jobs created and 2,316 jobs in the Northern Cape alone. And that nationally indirect jobs have been 9,450 and in the Northern Cape, 86. Induced job impact is 7,482 nationally and 398 in the Northern Cape. In total, we've created about 23,000 jobs within this period of 10 years, 2012 to 2022. Now, unfortunately, the study did not disaggregate the numbers at provincial level, but anecdotally, the main primary impacts were in the Northern Cape, Western Cape, and Gauteng, where the facilities and companies involved are actually located. I think I have also mentioned other impacts, but focusing specifically nationally, this is what the picture is. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair and Honorable Member Phyllis.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question comes from Honorable Suwisa, the delegate from the Northern Cape. Honorable Suwisa.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings, Minister. Minister, I think you've answered my question partially, but I'm not so much satisfied. So maybe I must put it in this way. The SKA project provides for a unique model for intergovernmental and inter-organizational collaboration on science infrastructure. However, at the local level, what collaborative efforts have you taken to use the SKA project as a way of encouraging young learners to venture into the field of astronomy, especially those learners from rural and township communities? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable, through you, Honorable House Chair, and to Honorable Suwisa. I think I have hinted at intergovernmental relations. What I would like to say, by the way, is that both at the level of the Astro-tourism strategy that I was talking about, that we are launching with the Minister, we have launched with Minister Tilly, now fully approved by Cabinet, as well as the other work that I have actually hinted. We are working very well with the Northern Cape government. In fact, it's one example of excellent intergovernmental relations, as well as with the Sutherland municipality, as well as with Carnival. As I have said, the local impact is also in terms of job creation. But as I've said, we've invested money into scholarships and bursaries for school children for university education in order to be able to do studies on this. I must, by the way, indicate that much as I do not have the figures here, but through astronomy and South Africa's focus on astronomy, we've now provided hundreds and hundreds of masters and PhD, honors masters and PhD scholarships in the study of astronomy for South Africans, many of whom studying internally, but excuse me, but others studying abroad. Because as I have said, we are very clear that we can't just be relying on people from outside the Northern Cape to maintain, especially in the localities, to maintain these facilities. We must also be having youngsters coming from the locality who will manage different aspects of this. By the way, we are also supporting artisan training because these facilities are going to require artisans, that we are able to train your local youth as artisans in terms of maintenance and fixing of the problems in the meerkat as well as the square kilometer array. I know that we can still do much more, and we are committed to actually doing that. Because, by the way, the major construction of SKA is going to be starting this year. There's going to be jobs for local communities. Our approach is that jobs, as much as is possible, must be local jobs, with the exception where there is as yet no local skill. But in terms of jobs, we want to focus in those localities. In fact, my own assessment, given the briefings that I've got and observing what we are doing there, those towns are going to grow exponentially as a result of this investment. Of course, Honorable House Chair, let me end by saying, also warning that whilst we would like these towns to grow, but if they grow too big, they're going to cease actually to have the kind of quiet, dark skies that you need for astronomy. The reason why we chose that area of the Northern Cape is that it's not that much developed, doesn't have too much noise, and it also doesn't have pollution. It actually has got dark and clean skies, which is important for astronomy. So that's the tension we have to manage. How far can you go without compromising what we want to study, the environment of studying astronomy, whilst at the same time making sure that these towns do not remain behind in terms of development? I thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question comes from Honorable Kotsal, the delegate from NCOP.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Minister. Minister, apart from the people visiting the Fraserburg Museum, how exactly have Sutherland and Carnarvon continued to benefit economically from the presence of the SKA and the South African Astronomical Observatory beyond the initial boosts in 2013 in terms of tourism, school laptops, and fast internet?
Through you, Chair. Honorable Kotsal, thank you very much. I think that the question you are answering, I have largely covered it. As you say, also, you are mentioning the issue of faster internet. We've provided Wi-Fi's, by the way, Wi-Fi in some of the schools in order to be able that they become part of the modern world rather than to remain behind. I've also mentioned the issue of jobs. By the way, with jobs, there are still going to be more jobs that are going to be created. Once, as I have said, the construction of a square kilometer array starts in earnest. Remember, by the way, the square kilometer array and its dishes are going to be the single largest land infrastructure for technology infrastructure in the whole world. We are doing this with Australia, but the bigger numbers are going to be in South Africa. And we're going to be creating a lot of jobs arising out of that, the actual construction of the square kilometer array. And we are not going to stop, by the way, giving bursary scholarships. We're also not going to stop upgrading those schools such that we are able to provide more facilities that they may not have. Like libraries, for instance. Libraries are a very essential component of knowledge and knowledge development. So we commit that as the department, together with others who are getting, the companies who are actually getting some of the tenders, some of whom are not from the locality, they must leave something in that area so that people from the locality can be able to say, we are actually benefiting from this. In fact, unless people in the locality feel that they are benefiting, you even run the risk of how sustainable these programs can be. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. The last follow-up question on this particular question goes to Honorable Farmer. Honorable Farmer, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Minister and Honorable Members. Honorable Minister, how is the government leveraging scientific research and technological innovation to create economic spin-offs that directly benefit underserved communities? And what measures are in place to ensure these advancements address historical inequities in access to education and economic opportunities? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Minister. If we can have your reply, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ryder, the House Chairperson. Again, I would say that I've largely touched on many aspects on this issue of addressing deserving communities which are underserved. I've mentioned the issue of jobs, which is very important. I've mentioned the issue of the development of the schools, including laboratories. I have mentioned the issue of scholarships and bursaries that we are actually giving to young people, and also to ensure, as I have said, our mission is that as time goes on, the main maintainers of these important facilities, which are important globally. By the way, SKA, much as it is located in South Africa, it's a global initiative that involves many, many countries who are actually part of this. We want to make sure that increasingly those who are servicing and maintaining these must actually be, in the first instance, coming from those localities. In other words, we train and produce new skills in the locality. But also, in addition to that, at the very least, they should be coming largely from the Northern Cape province. Of course, its economic impact as we build in terms of the infrastructure we need, the parts that we need that we order from other parts of the country. Then we can be able, as I was doing, counting the number of jobs that have been created nationally as part of the value chain of the square kilometer array. I thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you very much for that, Honorable Minister. The next question that we'll be moving to is question number 77. It was asked by the EFF delegate from the Northwest Province, Honorable Aris. If you can respond to that question, please, Minister. Minister, it's question 77. It relates to the promotion of science, technology, and mathematics.
My apology, as Chair, I had muted myself. Thank you very much to Honorable Aris for this question. Our Department of Science, Technology, and Innovation has since 1998 led the National Science Engagement Program. This program, with its wider aims, are to develop science-aware and science-literate society. It incorporates a number of initiatives which are intended to encourage learner participation in science and mathematics. For example, when we held for the first time the Astronomy Assembly, they call it, their international conference here in South Africa, we used that maximally. We invited school kids to come and be addressed by some of the leading scientists in astronomy. And some of these leading scientists, it was in Cape Town, we managed to send them to schools, including schools in Gugulethu, Khayelitsha, and so on. Some of these learners, by the way, they even spoke to people who were in space, the astronauts, just as a way of exciting young people. That's part of our science engagement. We also have a National Science Week that we launch in a particular province and in a particular institution, where we invite local high schools to actually be able to come and participate, and they see demonstrations and other things. We also are having competitions like the Maths Olympiads, where your brightest maths kids are able to compete with each other within each province as well as across provinces in the whole of South Africa. And also, it is widely accepted that learners' interest in maths and science subjects are enhanced if their learning and teaching incorporate exposure to exciting careers. And indeed, we also have got a very comprehensive career guidance program on the sciences, including a very big book that we actually give to maths and science teachers in various schools, which helps them to be able to do career guidance to youngsters on what careers are we offering in science in order to be able to interest them. So those are some of the initiatives in answer to the question that has been asked by Honorable Aris. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you, Minister. And in accordance with our rules, we will now give Honorable Aris a chance to present a follow-up supplementary question to you. Honorable Aris.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. Minister, I hear your response. South Africa's education is in trouble as there is a general underperformance in mathematics, science, and technology at all levels, with low quality passes in maths and science and technology subjects and low participation. I did hear you say what programs you have in place in technology subjects across all provinces. In light of these challenges, what steps of intervention have you taken to curb the declining number of learners taking maths as a subject and the lack of interest in these subjects from both not only learner side, but also in terms of your teachers? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Aris. Noting the date and time on your screen there, I'm wondering if you're in the past or the future, but let's listen to the answer from the Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Firstly, let me just welcome this follow-up question. A lot has been done to improve math and science in our schooling system in South Africa. Given where we come from in 1994, there has been a significant improvement if one just measures what's happening throughout the schooling system, including in matric. But we admit that's still far from enough. We have not yet reached the level where we would like to be in terms of maths and science. There are still not enough maths and science students who come through our matric. And also some of our disciplines, by the way, engineering, medicine, and so on, they need minimum 60% pass in maths and science in order to be able to join and train in these professions. We have a joint program, human resources program, with the Department of Basic Education. And we've just recently met with the Minister of Basic Education to look at joint programs to support the strengthening of maths and science, the role and contribution that we are making. I also have got some projects. They are not as massive as we would like them to be. For instance, we sponsor computer labs in some of our schools, focusing in the main in rural schools, even in primary schools, because we have to start things early. Also, government, what it has done is that it has transferred early childhood development, ECD, from the Department of Social Development to the Department of Basic Education. I think this will make a sea change in terms of laying a stronger foundation, because what we get in matric results is often a reflection of the extent to which many of our learners were not actually fully prepared. So those are some of the initiatives. The Department of Basic Education is doing a lot, as well as the training of maths and science teachers by the Department of Higher Education and Training. So there is a lot that is actually happening, which we hope is going to be able us to overcome what I call the Verwoerdian curse kind of a thing, that Black kids in particular are not supposed to do maths and science because their knowledge is only good behind the spade. So we want to change that. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Let's now offer an opportunity to the Honourable Bill Baines from the African National Congress delegate from the Western Cape.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Thank you. Good afternoon to the Minister. Chairperson, to the Minister through you. Thank you, Minister. I understand the intervention to mitigate the challenges on the learner side of things. You just answered partly of the question that I am supposed to ask to you. Has there been any assessment of the appetite from teachers to teach science and mathematics, especially in township and rural schools? With that, I said you partially answered my questions, because with my oversight at a different school, I could pick up that rural and township learners definitely do very well in science and mathematics. I thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Baines. And back to you for a response, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair, and thanks to Honourable Baines for the follow-up question. I would just say in brief, I have just outlined what we are doing together with the Department of Basic Education. What is good is that we have got a joint task team that is actually looking at areas of collaboration between the two departments, especially to support STEM disciplines. So I think that I have actually touched on that as a way of saying, what is it? My apologies, House Chair. As I have said, I've got flu. But the issue of assessment, unfortunately, that's not my responsibility. That is done and it's led by the Department of Basic Education. Perhaps I would really urge Honourable Baines that maybe this question be directed to the Minister of Basic Education when actually she comes to answer questions in the NCOP, or you could ask that as a written question, because my department is not involved in the assessment. We are only involved in supporting what the Department of Basic Education is doing in terms of its own priorities and assessment of the challenges that it has. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you, Minister. It's now the turn of the Democratic Alliance's Honourable Nico Pienaar to present you with a follow-up. Thank you. Honourable Pienaar.
Goeiemiddag, Minister. Minister, it's encouraging to hear about investments in the STEM fields, but we need to retain our best and brightest. Our universities are producing highly skilled graduates, yet other countries are reaping the benefits. We are losing hundreds of thousands of these individuals every year. And my question is, what concrete steps are you taking to stop this brain drain if we want to build this country? Thank you. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Your response, Minister?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and thanks to Honourable Pienaar. Sorry, for a very important question. Government as a whole is focused on this issue of retaining skills. Department of Home Affairs would be doing something, the Department of Higher Education and Training would be doing something in terms of skills. We are also doing something. We are sponsoring some students to go and do PhDs overseas. And we make contracts such that when we've supported them, they are able at least to come back and work in South Africa and contribute for a certain number of years in order to do that. This is also at the center of skills development strategies, including, by the way, attracting the skills that we do not have as a country. You know, Honourable House Chair, at the moment, I'm just sitting here and saying, wow, this thing that we don't have enough money, as the president of the US is seemingly making interventions that many academics are not and researchers are not accepting. If we had more money, we'd be attracting some of these American professors, academics, and researchers to be able to come and work here in South Africa. Although I'm working at a strategy on the impact of what is happening in the US at the moment in the academic and research sphere, and see what threats it poses for South Africa, but what opportunities also does it provide for South Africa. So you are raising a very important matter. There is a government-wide strategy to attract skills and to ensure that the skills, attract skills from outside and ensure that those that we train in South Africa, we are able to retain them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Next on our list for this question, the last supplementary question on question 77, goes to Honourable Ngobo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Minister, the lack of resources and infrastructure in many of our schools is a significant barrier to effective STEM education. This includes inadequate laboratories, outdated textbooks, and insufficient access to technology. What steps will the Minister take to address the resource gap in our schools, and how will this be prioritized to ensure that all learners have access to quality STEM education, regardless of their socio-economic background? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Ngobo. Back to you again, please, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, and thanks to Honorable Ngobo. I mean, as I had indicated, the issue of infrastructure for schools and other support mechanisms is a matter for basic education. I am not in a position to be able to give answers to that, because it's only the department that actually can be able to provide details as to what was happening. All I can say is on what I referred to earlier, that we do have joint programs with the Department of Basic Education. That's all I can be able to talk about. For example, we are concerned about the fact that I'm told more than 60% of our schools neither have libraries nor laboratories. We have agreed with the Minister of Basic Education that we need perhaps a joint strategy on laboratories in particular, to actually see how we can source assistance, for instance, through our international connections, like from BRICS countries that are doing better, but also how can we approach jointly the private sector? Because I have no doubt that there is a lot of money in the private sector that if we are able to mobilize it correct, we can be able to ensure that at least every school in South Africa over the next 10 to 15 years has got some access to laboratories, even if those laboratories are not located in all the schools, including mobile laboratories, which is another area that we have agreed with the Minister of Basic Education. We need to focus on mobilizing, at the very least, in some areas, mobile laboratories that are able to move from one school to the next, so that we ensure that there is some access to this. Because I agree, without this, Honorable Ngobo, we are not going to be able to get the kind of performance we need, as well as the numbers that we need of youngsters that we produce in the STEM disciplines. Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. I hope it wasn't my pronunciation that misled you on Honourable Ngobo's surname. Minister, we've come now to question 97. It was posed by the Honourable Van der Berg, Northern Cape representative from the Freedom Front Plus, and he was asking about meetings with the ambassador of Iran. If you can reply to him, please, Minister. Question 97.
Sorry, I've muted myself. Thanks, Honorable House Chair, and thanks for the question. First of all, let me just start by saying, what contribution has Iran made to South Africa? The government of the Republic of South Africa and the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran signed a science and technology cooperation agreement way back in May 2000. In addition to this agreement, the National Research Foundation and the Iranian Ministry of Science, Research and Technology signed an executive framework to serve as a guideline and framework for the management of the calls for research proposals. Surely it can't be that perhaps questions like on our relationship with Iran are asked today as if we don't have a long history of cooperation with Iran. By the way, Iran, after the 1979 revolution, fully supported our struggle against the evil and criminal system of apartheid. These are our old friends who were in the trenches with us to defeat apartheid. On science also, both sides have also noted the successful conclusion, which was part of our meeting, of projects in the first round of the call for research proposals, which ended in 2020, covering crucial areas such as biotechnology, marine and oceanographic studies, and renewable energy. Also on innovation, in 2024, our department, jointly with the Technology Innovation Agency, led a delegation of 7 South African innovators to participate in what is called the Innotex exhibition in Iran. Those innovators included those working in biotechnology, artificial intelligence, water management, waste management, and so on. We also have got companies from South Africa and Iran who have actually signed joint projects and investments into areas that are important to both countries. On technology, our National Space Agency and the Iranian National Space Agency have also had fruitful relations which they enjoy in the International Space Forum. We've also had exchanges that we discussed at the last meeting in all these areas that I have made, including, by the way, areas like Earth observation, areas relating to food security and sustainable agriculture, exchanges of views and knowledge. And also the Iranian ambassador and his team mentioned 2 specific innovations that have a potential for technology exchange with South Africa. The first was crude oil leak prevention technology. And the second is a technology for diabetes patients to mitigate amputation and can also treat bed sores for people spending long periods of time in hospital beds. So you can see already how we benefit out of this. Cooperation in the areas of science and technology, including health innovation, exchange of researchers and exchange of knowledge. Some people have said, well, we are working with Iran in the area of nuclear arms. No, we have no such relationships with Iran. We are very proud that we got rid of our nuclear arms in the early 1990s on this score. Now, diabetes, for instance, diabetic wounds, House Chair. You know, South Africa has got 1 in 9 people who have diabetes, around 4.2 million individuals. And also diabetes is a leading cause of death amongst women. So the technology that Iran's come with is of immense value to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable van den Berg, would you like to propose a follow-up question?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would like to. Taken into account that the USA was to a large extent instrumental in the end of apartheid, and given allegations that we are selling nuclear technology and possibly nuclear waste to Iran for enrichment, as mentioned in an article on the website moneyweb.co.za by Antoinette Slabbert on 13 February this year, referring to President Trump's accusation that South Africa is assisting Iran to develop nuclear arrangements. Given the now poor relationship with America, a great adversary of Iran, should we not weigh our options more ethically? How does the Minister plan to balance South Africa's scientific collaboration with Iran while mitigating the risk of strained US relations and potential sanctions, given the past instances where the countries like Turkey faced economic repercussions for similar engagements? I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Back to you, please, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair, and thanks to the member on the question. Firstly, I would just like to clarify some historical facts. The US government, insofar as the executive of the United States is concerned, we hardly really had any significant support on that score in our struggle against apartheid. If you take President Ronald Reagan, regarded as a terrorist, just like Margaret Thatcher in the UK, and did not actually support us. The support that we got from the United States, which we appreciate, was from civil society in the United States. The churches, NGOs, university students, and so on, who managed to pressurize those US governments even to impose sanctions, which they were actually resisting. So I don't think it's correct to say that the USA government actually helped us to fight apartheid. No, that's incorrect. It's totally incorrect. Yes, there were Congress people, by the way, who also supported us, like the Black Caucus of Congress. They were really our big allies in support of this. Also, I think if, honorable member, perhaps you have dislike for Iran, that's fine. You are entitled to your views. But let's not say things that are not there. I'm not aware of any relationship between South Africa and Iran. You can ask our more relevant colleagues on that, on handling nuclear waste and also assisting Iran in terms of development of nuclear weapons. As I have said, we are doing no such work as the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, and I doubt if there is such work with any component or part of the South African government. But also the most important thing maybe to respond to this, as South Africa, we are a sovereign country. We are not an extension of any other country. We are a sovereign nation which fought for its freedom with the support of most of the world in order for us to be a free people. And part of our freedom means developing our own sovereign policy. We respect our relationship with the United States. There is no doubt about that. And we would like to have a good relationship with the United States without being vassals of the United States. And also, we don't want to be bullied and to be told who our friends should be, who our enemies should be. As South Africa, we are simply just not going to tolerate that, whoever is actually trying to do that. As sovereign nations in a multilateral world, we must develop principled relationships that have got respect for each other. That is why we are not going to be lectured whether we should be friends with Cuba or Iran or Russia or whatever other countries. We have got our own priorities. And every other country has a right to pursue its own international relations in the manner it sees fit that is beneficial to actually its own interests and their own people. Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. Honourable members, we now pass the opportunity to the African National Congress's Honourable Sibanda.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Mpepeta, for your marvelous and comprehensive response. Honourable Minister, we are pleased that the department is entering into cooperative agreements with various countries for the benefit of the country's scientific development. Now, my question, Honourable Minister, beyond these government-initiated agreements, are scientists and innovators detected by the government as which partners should they collaborate with internationally? Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Sibanda. Minister, do you have a reply?
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Ngiyabonga kakhulu ilungu elihloniphekile uSibanda, my comrade. Thank you for your for your question and for wishing me to get better. Honorable Sibanda, the scientists and researchers will always find ways of cooperation. You can't stop them. As a matter of fact, by the way, which is one other thing I need to mention, as South Africa, we are big proponents of what we call open science. Sharing of scientific results and information amongst countries in order to promote not just collaboration, but solutions, finding solutions to the many problems that face humanity. And as I have said, we can't be dictated to by other governments as to what kind of scientific programs we should pursue. We are pursuing scientific programs that are for the benefit of the South African people, for the benefit of the African continent, and for the benefit of South-South countries and relationships. Of course, also even for the benefit of North-South relations, where there is beneficial collaboration, say, for instance, between Europe. We've got very good scientific relations with the EU, by the way, on a range of issues that we work together. We also have got exchange of students to visit each other, to actually collaborate in research, and so on. So in answering your question, the government provides an enabling environment that allows dynamic, robust, and excellent research and innovation to be undertaken by researchers. As government, we do not dictate which partners researchers and scientists should collaborate with. However, where they undertake research that responds to the priorities of the decadal plan, we endeavor to help them find resources. Of course, there are relationships that we have expressed displeasure with. We have expressed displeasure between the collaboration between South Africa and Israeli universities, some of which are actually involved in developing technologies for the genocide that they are perpetrating against the people in Gaza. We discourage that because given our own history and the struggle, the suffering and the struggle that we actually went through, we can't actually be collaborating with people who are perpetrating genocide against women and children in particular in a place like Gaza. We will express our displeasure, but generally we don't tell our universities what research should they do and who do they interact with, except in those explicit cases where we feel that this is not in line with what we would actually like to do as South Africa. We wouldn't like any university, for instance, to be participating in an exercise with another university or a country that's developing nuclear weapons. We are against having nuclear weapons, and we are actually for denuclearization of the world as our own policy as South Africa. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Minister. And it's now the turn of the Honorable Adriansa to ask a follow-up question.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Thank you, Honourable Minister. I also hope you get well soon, because it seems you're very congested. I need to know, you've said quite a lot, and I'm not here to question any choices you have made or the country has made, but what I need to know, I read about the MOU that's prevalent and waiting to be signed between the two countries. But this relationship has been going on for 25 years, almost. In May it will be 25 years. So I would like to know concrete examples of the Iranian contributions that have measurably advanced South Africa's scientific output, and how will these commitments deliver quantifiable benefits, such as job creation, economic growth, or solutions to critical issues like energy or healthcare, within a defined time frame for South Africans? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Adriansa. Looking for specifics from you, Minister, please.
Thank you very much, Honourable Adriansa. I can mention a few here, but I would like to answer this question specifically now that you're asking at some other stage where I can be able to get more information. But let me say this, I did mention, for instance, the visit by South African business people and government representatives to the Expo on Innovation, Innotex, the exhibition in Iran. And out of that, there's been a signed contract in the area of water management between an Iranian mining company called Moyan to work on water purification with a subsidiary of Mintech. Remember, Mintech is our state-owned entity under the Department of Minerals and Petroleum. And the two companies have signed secrecy agreement for intellectual property protection purposes. That's all the secrecy is about, is to protect international intellectual property, and have already started joint collaborative activities. So that's the first set of very concrete activities. We have actually agreed in the area of space science to still discuss the areas of concrete collaboration. As South Africa, we've proposed to work in the area of Earth observation with the aim of improving food security and sustainable agriculture, to address land degradation and rehabilitation, technologies that Iran is quite advanced in, by the way, and capacity building in satellite navigation. We have agreed that we are going to have concrete collaboration in these areas. The Iranians have interest in areas like remote sensing and its applications to agriculture, as well as general aviation and light aircraft and wind turbines. As I've said, we've also had specific exchanges with Iran on universities. In fact, in terms of the programs on science, just to quote another specific things, we have now had exchanges and the network activities in research that have seen 2 honors students from South Africa graduating, 1 master's, and 4 PhD students that are participating in joint research activities with Iran, which is very important things. I have already mentioned this medication that Iran has on healing diabetic wounds. That really would make a sea change in South Africa, because many people have their limbs cut because of diabetic complications. If we can get this medication, we would then possibly eliminate the issue of people being amputated as a result of diabetes. I hope that gives you some concrete examples. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Minister. The 4th and final supplementary question to question 97 will come from the Honorable Sowisa of the EFF. Honorable Sowisa.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, in what ways will the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding on Innovation encourage the long-standing collaboration in science, technology, and innovations with Iran? Thank you, Chair.
Through you, House Chair, thank you very much, Honorable Sowisa. I think to a certain extent I've covered your question in a number of areas in terms of where we are going to be benefiting. We are collaborating in areas on innovation, exchanging technologies and joint development of technologies through joint research, which we hope that will also actually lead to intellectual property products, commercialization of research, working with the Iranians. We have also concluded projects that I've actually been able to talk about. I've also spoken about collaboration in space technology. Space technology these days is very important. Sorry, including the launching of satellites. That enables us, by the way, even to be able to monitor better the impact of floods with climate change. Those technologies are very important in order to be able for government to know when and how to intervene in terms of these natural disasters that we are increasingly having as a result of climate change. So those are some of the areas that we are working on, that there are now some benefits that we are already deriving, and also we foresee a lot of benefits. That's why we had a meeting, amongst others, with the Iranian ambassador to explore further areas of cooperation and to give each other feedback on how have we done in the areas in which we are already collaborating. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Minister. The last set of questions to you today, Minister, is on question 92. Question 92 was originally asked by the Honorable Ndlovu, who's the Limpopo delegate for the African National Congress. The question relates to plans to increase investment. And if you can reply to question 92, please, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, and thanks to Honorable Ndlovu. for this important question. Just on renewable energy and climate change, what I would like to say is that our department is supporting the development of low carbon energy technologies through the 4 Energy Research, Development and Innovation flagship program in support of diversifying the energy mix and achieving energy security and access. These include renewable energy, energy storage, hydrogen South Africa, and coal CO2X, which is carbon capture. In other words, we've got a very important project where we are researching and actually doing capture of carbon emissions from coal-powered power station so that we reduce carbon emissions. And that carbon which we have captured, we are now, amongst other things, converting it into fertilizers for agriculture. Now, we are also supporting the implementation of the Hydrogen Society Roadmap, which was approved by Cabinet on 14 September 2021, which aims at supporting the development and uptake of clean hydrogen solutions as a viable, with hydrogen as a viable, renewable source of energy. We've also established the call for proposals through the DSTI Energy Secretariat and the South African National Energy Development Institute, SANEDI. And through this, we have got dedicated funding mechanisms to promote the deployment of large-scale demonstration projects that are intended to integrate technologies that are based on local and publicly funded intellectual property arising out of this research that we are doing. We are also, in February last year, Cabinet approved the establishment of the Interministerial Committee on the Hydrogen Economy, chaired by the Deputy President, which is aimed at improving coordination and alignment across the public sector in the area of hydrogen. We are also doing a lot of feasibility studies on the issue of demand for hydrogen. In fact, we're estimating that by 2035, 2040, hydrogen economy is going to be a multi-billion rand industry in South Africa. On healthcare, I have earlier spoken about our health innovation portfolio and the research budget directed at development of new vaccines. And I've also spoken about the area of nuclear medicine research initiative. Of course, with the currently constrained funding environment, there are a lot of other things that we want to do, but which we can't do. I might as well say to you, Honorable House Chair, the last year our budget was only 9.4 billion rands. Despite this massive amount of work we have, it's been cut down now to 9 billion. And this is not helping us in terms of driving other things. We are also partnering on health with the South African Medical Research Council in hosting extraordinary funders forum. We are not just moaning or lamenting. We are also working partnership with other entities and the private sector to raise more funds for investment into science, technology, and to actually galvanize more resources. We are also leading the G20 initiative on the bioeconomy, which seeks to better establish circular and environmental sustainable bioeconomy. In other words, we are targeting the G20 as a key platform for mobilizing further resources. The strategy I was talking about of Astro-tourism, also it helps in the sense that through tourism, we can be able to have visitors here who are potential investors into our science, technology, and innovation space. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Let's go now to the Honorable Ndlovu for a follow-up, please.
Good afternoon, Honorable House Chair and members on the platform. Good afternoon, Honorable Minister. Let me also join my colleagues, those who wish you a speedy recovery on I can feel that, you know, you are very much committed to this sitting and to these questions. If it was other ministers, they wouldn't come, they will send either the deputy ministers. Thank you, Honorable Minister. These are indeed elaborate plans, and we hope they will help the country to have reliable energy sources to help grow the economy. My question, Honorable Minister, is on funding of the research and development of the HIV/AIDS vaccine. Are there any such projects that are affected by the withdrawal of funding from the USA? If so, are there any plans to secure funding from other sources domestically and internationally?
Thank you, Honourable. I'll go back to you again, Minister, please.
Thanks, Honourable House Chair. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, coming through clearly, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. I don't know what I've done with my screen now. I can still see myself and everybody else. Look, thank you very much for this question, Honourable Ndlovu. Indeed, the funds that have been withdrawn by the United States are going to affect some of our research in many ways. What I've done now, I have instructed our acting DG that we establish a small task team, which is just going to do an assessment of the actual impact. Part of the reason why I'm only establishing this now, even there I was doubtful, because President Trump is announcing new things every day. Like yesterday, there were new orders and other things that have got impact on research, by the way. But I've said, okay, so far I need to establish this task team, which I want them to do a quick job. I hope at some stage I can come and report to the NCOP just at the full-scale impact on research. Already some vice chancellors have been approaching me to say, Minister, our research on this and that is going to be affected. I have already informally raised this matter with the Minister of Finance to say, look, I may be come begging to say, whilst we may not be able to save all the research programs, like research on HIV and AIDS. In fact, where normally we get assistance, for instance, from the US, whether it's HIV and AIDS, usually that assistance is also accompanied by supporting research, because that's our role as the Department of Science. Everything we do, the cooperation we have, must always be underpinned by research. To actually say, here are the priority ones that at least if we can be able to save them and not be endangered, we could be in a much better position. That's why also I was saying, Honorable House Chair, I was wishing we had more money to attract some of the good researchers. Some of them, many of them now are saying, by the way, they are leaving US universities, they are going to Canada, they are going to Europe. I wish we could find them, some of them coming to South Africa in order to be able to actually deal with this. And I'm hoping that as soon as we are able to establish this, we'll be able to. For instance, one project that is being affected is what we call the Brilliant Consortium, which brings innovation to clinical and laboratory research to end HIV, as I have said. There is also an Africa-led initiative established in 2023 with a $45.6 million grant from USAID aimed at developing an HIV vaccine tailored for African communities, African in a geographical sense. So the funding cut, for instance, in this instance, has led to the suspension of vaccine trials, which are very important to see how people are responding to vaccines that are being tried. In relation to these challenges, principal investigators of the affected studies have called upon South African government, the private sector, and philanthropic organizations to step in and support the continuation of this vital research. So the DSTI, together with the South African Medical Research Council, and other partners are looking for alternative funding sources. For instance, we are looking at BRICS countries. We are looking at partnerships that we have with Europe, as well as in other areas, in order to be able to ensure that we protect as much of this important research as possible, while studying specifically the nature and the extent of the negative impact the US actions are having on our research agenda. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Let's now ask Honorable Peter from the UDM in the Eastern Cape to present his follow-up question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good evening, Honorable Minister. During the State of the Nation address, Honorable President Cyril Ramaphosa mentioned the Innovation Fund of the Department of Science and Technology and Innovation as part of government measures to support small media enterprise development. How will your department facilitate the allocation of the fund, particularly in the health sector? Does your department set any measurable and objectives to help fill the shortfall of US aid and PEPFAR in this regard? I thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Peter. Your response, please, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Thanks to Honorable Peter for the question. Unfortunately, this is a new question, Honorable Peter. Much as I would like to ask the question, to answer it, I don't like to dodge any question because I will have to come back with then a specific answer that deals with the Innovation Fund. What does it fund? How much does it fund? What is its modus operandi? What is its focus in terms of health innovation and so on? Now, if I talk now, I'll just talk in very general terms, which I'm generally aware that the Innovation Fund supports SMEs in particular, as you say, because that's a sector that also we regard as having lots of professionals. We also support through the Innovation Fund what we call grassroots innovation that I referred to earlier. But beyond that, I will need to request you to actually ask a specific question on this, which I'm more willing to answer, either through a written answer or through an oral reply the next time around. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, Honorable Peter, either a written question from yourself or, yeah, I think that's probably the best option to follow at this stage. Let's go now to back to the Honorable Kennedy from the EFF for a supplementary question, please.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister, as timeframes and advancement are some of the appropriate characters towards objectives, which measures have you put in place to ensure and effectively advance healthcare, renewable energy, and climate change progress, and which timeframes have been put in place in this regard? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kennedy. Your reply, please, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, and thanks for the question from Honorable Kennedy. You are asking specifically in the area of health and the area of energy. As I've said, we have a dedicated budget in the department for what we call health research and innovation, including health innovation. And this budget has been used to stimulate product-oriented innovation. That is what I had contained. You will see I'll submit the longer answer because it actually also caters for what you are asking. And the specific aims of this stimulation of product-oriented innovation is to develop new drugs and or improve on existing ones, develop new vaccines, and generate new knowledge that directly impacts on vaccine development. I've also spoken about the potential and the use of nuclear technology, not for war, but nuclear technology for health. The initiative that we've launched at the University of Pretoria. The one other area that I think I do need to mention, which I'm paying particular attention to, is cancer research. Cancer has become a new pandemic, And I am very, very focused on trying to bring together the efforts of various cancer research initiatives in some of our universities to work together with the hope that South Africa can actually be amongst the first countries to make a breakthrough in terms of therapeutics and diagnostics. In fact, I am very hopeful because this nuclear medicine is being used to diagnose and actually treat cancer better. Already it's showing that with the nuclear medicine, the diagnosis is much better than any other thing that has been there before. It's the only facility of its kind in the African continent. I think there are only 2 or 3 in the whole world that we actually have. On energy, we are part of the Just Energy Transition initiatives of government. As I have said, hydrogen economy is one area where we are putting in a lot of effort. Climate change, of course, is one of our grand challenges that we are actually faced with. The other things I've mentioned is research, for instance, on carbon capture, in order to be able to ensure that we minimize emissions from coal, which we then capture the carbon emissions and translate them into something that is actually better. I thank you very much, Honorable and Honorable Kennedy.
Thank you, Minister. The last supplementary question to be posed to you today will come again from the Honorable Adriansa.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable Minister, in the wake of these devastating cuts to medical research, funding to South Africa, which have crippled global scientific collaboration and slashed our vital resources, you have now mentioned you are establishing a task team. What time frame can we connect or expect from this task team to combat the cascading threats to healthcare innovation, and how will you aggressively secure a surge of investment in research and development for urgent priorities like nanotechnology, renewable energy, and climate change?
Thank you, Honourable Member. Back to you, please, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Adriansa. Thanks for that question. You know, in fact, I've been agonizing a bit over this. We are asking a very important matter. My inclination now, because we can't stop, I'll establish this task team. It will have maybe to be around for quite some time, especially in relation to the US, because it looks like we have a president now who is going to be signing 3 or 4 executive orders every day for the next 4 years of his term. That's how things want to look like, which can have lots of other implications, because even on things that do not seem to be impacting on science, they do have an impact. Take this executive order, by the way, about 25% tariffs on cars that we export even as South Africa to the United States. That has got huge implications in terms of research that the auto sector, the money that the auto sector has been putting into research, it might get negatively affected as they sell less cars, and so on. But I would like to say to them, within a month, just give me what is the state of play so far. Within the month of establishing the team, just tell me the initial information and data that we have collected. How do things look like? And then I will say maybe every 2 months, give me an update of what is happening now, are there new issues, and so on. Possibly it will have to be a task team that for now, I'll make it either permanent or semi-permanent, depending on what is happening. What I am very focused on is that we should be at all times be able to know what the impact of this is in a whole range, including Honorable Adriansa, the areas that we've mentioned, but also even in new areas that we may not even be aware of, that there is likely to be an impact. That would be my answer to your question. And thanks, by the way, to you and other honorable members who have actually wished me better. My father was a herbalist. I'm sure if he was alive by now, he would have given me some better muti to actually treat this flu that I have. I thank you very much also, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Quite interesting that such a statement should come from the Minister of science and innovation. But yes. Thank you very much, Minister. We do appreciate you availing yourself to the House today, especially when you're feeling not well, and for answering our questions. And we wish you well, a speedy recovery. And yes, you are welcome to stay on the platform, sir, if you wish to listen to the next inputs, which will come from the Minister of Water and Sanitation. But we greet you and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, and to all the honorable members.
Delegates, that brings us to the next set of questions. As indicated, we are inviting the Minister of Water and Sanitation to take the platform. So I'll ask you to join me in welcoming her to the podium. Minister, the first question that you'll be asked to answer is question number 64. It was posed by Mr. T.M. Kaunda, the ANC's delegate from KwaZulu-Natal. It relates to the maintenance and upgrade of water and sanitation infrastructure. If we can have your reply, please. Welcome, Minister.
Good day and good afternoon to all honorable members. Thank you very much, Dr. Reiter, for giving me this opportunity. Let me declare upfront that I'm well. I'm very well, unlike my minister that was sick here. Thank you very much, honorable members of the NCOP and the special delegates that might be on the line. In thanking the question from Honorable Kaunda, we are giving support to municipalities. Municipalities are getting support from 4 departments in the main. The Department of Water and Sanitation, COCTA, Human Settlement, as well as National Treasury. Because in accordance to the Constitution, we are supposed to give support. So the support that we are giving as these 4 departments worth to about 60 billion per annum. The technical and engineering support, capacity building and training, as well as financial management. But we, as the Department of Water and Sanitation, through our water boards, we assist municipalities by supporting them to implement on their water improvement plan. The DWS, our department, is also amending Water Services Act, and the National Treasury is in a process of implementing the reform on Metropolitan Trading Services Program. These are the measures that will ensure that the revenue from the sale of water get ring-fenced, as well as ensuring that there's a single point of accountability for all aspects. Meanwhile, municipalities are affected by aging infrastructure. We are assisting them as DWS to conserve water and also manage water and its demand, and to develop an infrastructure asset management so that they must know where their pipeline are. Because these are old pipelines, they don't have a report on asset management to say, where are these pipelines? They only realize when those pipelines, they burst, especially the asbestos pipeline. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Minister, very much for the answer. And of course, we now, in terms of our rules, pass on to Honorable Kaunda for the first supplementary question.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, and good afternoon to our ministers and all honorable members. Honorable Minister, I acknowledge that we posed these questions before you hosted a successful water summit, which I believe you are still going to be sharing with us the outcomes of that water summit to address some of the challenges that you are talking about here. And we congratulate you for having such a successful summit, which was addressed by Commander-in-Chief, President Ramaphosa. Honorable Minister, in the light of the persistent challenges of capacity deficit, technical and financial challenges, and the escalating debts of municipalities for water and sanitation services, has the department not considered by mutual agreement and in the spirit of cooperative governance taking over some of the core water and sanitation functions through whether Section 154 and 2. 2, is there any future plan to assign the functions of payment of water and sanitation services to relevant provincial departments? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kaunda. Minister, I think you know in terms of our rules, 1 supplementary question per opportunity, but I'll leave it up to you as to how to answer that. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair, and thank you to Honourable Kaunda. Section 63 of our Water Service Act enables the Department of Water and Sanitation to intervene in municipalities, but that has some limitations. We intervene on the norms and standards subject to Section 139. We don't go on our own to go and intervene. Then taking over some functions of municipalities is not possible because we get voted our budget based on the mandate of the department. Municipalities, they get their equitable share to be able to deliver on the services. But there's also a process that we are in of amending that Water Services Act to strengthen the regulatory role that we're supposed to play. For instance, at the moment, you get a municipality being a water service authority as well as a water service provider. And when it's like that, it's 2 in 1. There is no one that is monitoring and ensuring that the service provider or the authority is doing what is expected of doing. So want to separate this, have water service authority, have water provision authority in terms of the local municipalities, separated in doing 2 in 1 work. So as part of our grant that we are giving to municipalities, we are assisting municipalities on infrastructure, on building the capacity of the infrastructure that is existing. We use the water services infrastructure grant as well as the regional infrastructure bulk water supply. So the WISIC and the RIPIC fund, in terms of the grants, they come from us, but they are specifically meant to assist municipalities, especially when it comes to infrastructure. But taking over is not possible because this is what is enshrined in Constitution Section 4 or Section 4 of the Constitution, subsection A read with subsection B. It gives that mandate to municipalities, but you can only intervene to that extent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. The House now recognises the Honourable Badenhorst, Democratic Alliance member from the Western Cape.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Good afternoon, Honourable Minister. It's good to see you from the House again. Honourable Minister, considering your answer, will national government through your department consider a special conditional grant for municipalities with proven good governance records to further expand and improve on water infrastructure? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Badenhorst. Back to you, Minister, please, for your response. You have just
Thank you very much, Honourable Badenhorst. Thank you very much. At the moment, there is no extra conditional grant that we can provide. As I've said, that we have 2 grants that we assist municipalities with, the WISIC grant and the RIPIC grant. But also they get a municipal infrastructure grant. They also get a USDG. So those 4 grants that they get, that is what they're supposed to do. But what we usually do in terms of municipalities that are performing well, we prioritize their submission of projects through the WISIC and RIPIC, but there is no outside a grant that you can or separate or special grant that you can provide to municipalities. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The next opportunity passes to the EFF's Honourable Makasini. Honourable Makasini, are you online still?
Chairperson, I think there's a mix-up. It's supposed to be me.
Okay, Honourable Sawisa, please take the opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Minister, Homevale Water Treatment Facility in Salt Lake Municipality is dysfunctional, and this has led to wastewater being dumped into the vet dam, causing an environmental disaster and the death of some flamingos, and one lawsuit against the municipality of Salt Lake. With the department itself opening a case against the municipality, how many other municipalities have found themselves in this mess where money is not spent for water and sanitation infrastructure, and what actions were taken against them? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Sowisa. Minister, do you have a reply for that, please?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, Honourable Sowisa. Thank you very much for that question. But the question is about the pollution by municipalities. I will respond to it, but it is not a direct follow-up. In terms of pollution, it is indeed true that a lot of municipalities are polluting our rivers as well as dams. What we are the process of engaging with municipalities, sending notices to municipalities, but where we are unable to get a response or an intention to deal with that, we are left with no option except to go to courts. There are several municipalities that were in court in terms of criminal cases about pollution. However, that is not the route that we like. It serves as a last option because it takes rather long for courts to be able to deal with those cases. Where there are cases that where there's judgment, we have one municipality that has been penalized about 3 million, and when we get that money, we use it to clean the pollution. It is true what Honourable Sowisa is raising, but as part of Indaba that Honourable Kaunda also spoke about, we have agreed that let's meet with all the municipalities that are polluting our rivers. Let's agree on a turnaround plan with them, because this criminalizing of municipalities, it does not really work all good, because at times municipalities don't even have the money that they are charged or to pay by courts. But we are saying, let's assist them to build more capacity to avoid polluting the rivers and dams. Thank you very much.
Thank you for accommodating the question, Minister. Let's now pass the opportunity to the Honourable Breert of the Freedom Front Plus in the Free State.
Thank you, House Chair. Good day, Minister. Yes, sure. This question is quite weighted, and you can say a lot about the Free State and about the manner in which our municipalities need assistance, specifically when it comes to water infrastructure. On that note, I still need to get to your DM in Kroonstad for the wastewater treatment work, but that's not what I want to ask, Minister. Let me say that it's important that you play a part in terms of financially and technically capacitating municipalities when it comes to water and sanitation and the infrastructure. But some of the department's functions have been lagging. And let me take a specific example. The dam wall of Markwart Dam in Setsoto local municipality in the Eastern Free State broke in 2020. It was a very long story of the Department of Water and Sanitation that did not quickly enough appoint a contractor. But the long story short is, to date, the work on that dam wall has not been able to start working because the department is lagging in actually signing off or giving the license for the contractors to start building. How will you ensure that your department, with all of the assistance given, is not lagging and skimping on its own job that it needs to do? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Breert. Minister, can you reply to that one, please?
Okay. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, Honourable Breert. Thank you to you. I am not aware that there is something that the department has not done when it comes to Markwart Dam. I will follow up, Chair, and send a written response, because we are responsible as a regulator. We are responsible for dam safety. And if already there are reported incident or the state of the dam that has cracks We cannot sit back and watch, because that might have serious repercussions. So I was really not aware that there's a particular license. I will have to get that, because we issue licenses. Why would we delay for such a long time? So with your indulgence, Chair, I request to send a written response when it comes to that, because I was not aware. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, just as we go to the next question, the honorific that you addressed me with earlier was doctor. I'm not a doctor. My parents named me Dennis Richard Ryder in the hope that I'd be mistaken for a doctor one day. But there you have it. We'll now hear from the real doctor. Dr. Igor Skierkogel is the honourable member that asked question 61. It relates to the success rate of interventions. And if we can have your reply to question 61, please, Minister.
Chair, or the next question. Thank you very much, Chair. I thought I saw a doctor next to your name. Thank you very much. It's written there, Honorable Dr. Ryder. That's what is written, House Chairperson. So I'm addressing you based on what is written by NCOP. Is that incorrect?
Yes, my initials, ma'am, are D and R for Dennis Richard.
I like that. No. It must be doctor. Let's leave it like that. Thank you very much, House Chair. Doc, thank you very much for this question. In terms of Section 62 and 3 of the Water Services Act, it enables the Department of Sanitation to intervene. As I said, that when we intervene, we implement in line with what Section 139 is saying. Because even if we want to assist, there are no funds that are voted for us to assist municipalities. The revenue sale of water is supposed to be used by municipality centrally in ensuring that they attend to water issues. As I said earlier on, that is this amendment that is en route to to Parliament. The state law advisor has just signed that bill. We are bringing the bill because what is happening right now, it does not really assist us, as well as that we, as the Department of Water, were a regulator. We do everything alone. So we think that this amendment will also assist us. And also the issue of when and how do we issue licenses. The department invokes Section 63, where municipalities are unable to deliver. But we have done that because there was intervention in Mfuleni as well as in Mkhanyakude district municipality. It becomes easier to invoke the Section 62 and 63 when there is already intervention on Section 139. But what has that bear fruit? Yes, indeed. In Section with Section 63, Mfuleni, which is being implemented through the rainwater, we have managed to deal with the issue of pollution. You couldn't pass the streets of Mfuleni prior to our intervention. It was sewer throughout. Now it's no longer sewer, it's something else in terms of service delivery. But we dealt with the sewer. We've built a big wastewater treatment plant in Mfuleni. That is why now we have advised Mfuleni through the rainwater board that they must launch a special purpose vehicle where the business partners will come together to assist them so that the money that has been collected in terms of the revenue must not be used for other things, but it must be used for the water infrastructure as well as for sewer. So we are hoping that soon they will have that. They're just awaiting for the National Treasury to concur. Otherwise, we are on a right course with them. On Mkhanyakude, where we have also intervened, at least municipality now is able to deliver services on their own. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mfuleni being my constituency, I listen with particular interest. Let's pass the opportunity back to Dr. Skiokochel for a supplementary question.
Thank you, House Chairperson, and good afternoon, my fellow English student minister here. As the minister, you've confirmed and committed in this House during the last oral session that the appointment of directors of water boards is solely your responsibility and it cannot be delegated per section 74(2). Now, and I hear what you say are not being intervening in section 139, but would the minister not then agree it's time that you put in effect section 63 of the Water Service Act to intervene, assume these responsibilities of the water boards, and for you to assume this responsibility of the function of water board and service authority, you need to table a notice in the NCOP. So for you to be able to intervene, and as you mentioned with section 139, we are now in the NCOP. Won't you give us a notice today so that you can go and intervene, because then the Constitution will empower you to do that? Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Skiokochel. Back to you, Minister.
Thank you very much to Dr. Skiokochel. I doubt if there is no section 139, section 63 can be a mandate from the NCOP for us to go and intervene. Remember, local government is an independent sphere of governance. They have their own responsibility. And the Constitution is saying we can intervene to support. But if there is no intervention by NCOP through the section 139 as requested by the province or COCTA, it will be impossible for us just to intervene in that manner. I wish we could. I was saying in the Indaba, if I had my own way, I was going to say let's amend Constitution so that we cut the red tapes where people need water, they need intervention now. We are given a special allocation in terms of budget that we can intervene at any moment. So when we intervene on section 63, we use the funds that we have already. So we cannot be able to intervene to all municipalities. We have profiled 100 municipalities that are performing dismally, that must be assisted. But alone as DWS, with the budget that we have, we're unable to intervene to all of them. So we're making a business case here to call for partnership across the country to say, yes, municipality A is lacking here and there, let's assist. So that Indaba was also addressing this issue that Doc is raising. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Let's now hear, please, from the Honourable Molokome, our programming whip, for a supplementary question.
Thank you, House Chair, and good afternoon to Minister and members on the platform. You know, Section 154 of the Constitution, the provincial government and the national government to support the Municipal to fulfill their constitutional mandate. So, Minister, my question is, can you please take this House in confidence about the integrated plan of the department in collaboration with the provincial government to provide ongoing structured capacity support to municipalities, especially the rural and low revenue-based municipalities? And what is the impact of this support with a specific reference to one or more municipalities? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Molokome. Your response, please, Minister.
Thank you very much to Honourable Chair, to you, Chair, and Honourable Molokome. In terms of integrated plan to assist municipalities, as I said earlier on, that the municipalities are getting support from 4 departments. And what honorable member was talking about in terms of whether that support, what does that support mean? We support them in terms of technical and engineering support. In 1995, the audit of engineers in local government were 84.6. Today, you are sitting at 0.9 in terms of the engineer capacity in municipalities. 2, we support capacity building and training of municipalities. Thirdly, financial management, and we advise on municipalities how to provide water in an effective manner. So we are not doing that alone. The province, if you check, there is no a true COCTA. They use their training in MISA as well, through MISA as well as MIC funding to assist municipalities. Other than that, there's nothing really that I can mention that we are working outside what I've already said. If I'm to give the list of municipalities that we have intervened and assisted on it technically, there is Machabeng that we've assisted, there is Makanda that we've assisted, there is Mopani, there is part of Pulukwane, so as well as a municipality in Rustenburg. So there's a lot of that, but if the member will request that list, I can provide that list. I don't have it on the top of my head on all those municipalities that we have assisted. And some of the municipalities are doing very well, especially those who are able to collect revenue. But if you look at the municipalities in Free State, even if you assist today and tomorrow, they are unable to collect revenue because some of the municipalities are affected by the customers whom they serve who don't adhere to the user pay principle. So even if you intervene today, when you leave the site or you leave them, they collapse again. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The next opportunity for a supplementary question is again being passed to the EFF, the Economic Freedom Fighters. So if we can invite either Honorable Sawisa or Honorable
It's my guest signature. It's my Honorable my guest signature. Thank you, Mandibulise, Chairperson, Dibulise, Minister. Minister, the main aim of the Water Service Act is to assist the municipalities to undertake their role as the Water Service Authority and to look after the interest of the consumers. What steps of intervention have you taken to ensure that the ongoing water crisis that affecting the residents is brought to complete end so that our people, the constitutional right to get water is upheld? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Makasine. Back to you again, Minister, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makasine. Thank you, Chair. Yes, the Act is very clear that we have to assist. That is why you vote for us, for us to get allocation for water services infrastructure grant, the regional bulk infrastructure grant. That is what we give to municipality as a support that municipalities must build water infrastructure. We go to municipalities and ensure that they come up with a RIPIC. If I may just state one of the municipalities, in our Tambo, for instance, 2021-22, they returned money of RIPIC and WISIC back to the National Treasury. 22-23, they returned money back to National Treasury. The money that we have allocated to say, go and build more reservoir, go and build water resource, but they don't do that. And when we go there, we don't go and implement on their behalf. We give the money based on their submission that want to build the capacity here. We give to them, but municipalities, they don't use that money allocated to ease the burden of water that is not accessible to our people. In the Indaba, we have taken a resolution that where municipalities like OR Tambo, for instance, we're no longer going to allocate funds to them. We are going to ensure that we do that on our own. If we are to use our water boards to go and build the water infrastructure, we are going to do that as to intervene on the water crisis, because we have done what we're supposed to do of ensuring that we acknowledge municipality and give municipality money, but municipalities are unable to spend. It's not only OR Tambo. For instance, most of the projects in Limpopo, they've been there on the pipeline since 2010, 2008, because municipalities don't implement. The money is in their kit, but they don't implement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. We now go to the other Nzimande, the Honourable Nzimande from the MKP, for the last supplementary question on this particular set. Honourable Nzimande.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Minister, good afternoon. Environmental assessment, a study by Wits University researchers, has found that the Klip River feeding to the Vaal River has an alarming presence of polycyclic hydrocarbons, which causes cancer through certain bacteria. In Free State alone, it has been revealed that a sewer spillage runs to Orange River and Harrit Dam, whereas the mainline pipe leaks into Philippolis River. And this has been going on for some years. Furthermore, it is revealed that sewer spillages are also run to wastewater treatment works plant. This occurs against the backdrop that about half of water provided by municipality countrywide do not meet microbiological standards, and whereas the percentage of risk for treatment water plants is always raised, it's now above 70%. Is the minister willing to admit that this current government is a constitutional delinquent, as it is failing to protect and uphold the constitutional rights of citizenry as expounded in Section 24 of the Constitution regarding the right to an environment that is not harmful to their health or their well-being? If not, why do you say no? Is the minister having a concrete and detailed plan to address challenges raised here in about Klip River, Orange River, Harrit Dam, and Philippolis River? If so, what are the details of that plan? If not, and why not? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Nzimande. Members, I do want to remind you that supplementary questions, you are restricted to one supplementary question for each opportunity. So, Minister, before I hand over to you to respond to that, honourable members, just to notice that in terms of Rule 12, the Chair of the NCOP has indicated that the Honourable Akhwase will be taking over from me and giving me relief in the chair. And thank you all for your attention. Honourable Minister, over to you for a response to that question from Mr. Nzimande.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will not admit that this government is a constitutional delinquent government. I will not agree to that. Two, the polluters of the rivers mentioned, the Klip River, Orange, and Philippolis, the polluters could be municipalities, could be private individuals, could be factories. So I really don't know who is he referring to. But our role, when we have observed that there is pollution, our role is to inform the polluter, give notice to the polluter to refrain from that. If the polluter is not refraining from that, that's what I said earlier on, we must then open a criminal case. We have a lot of criminal cases that are in a backlog in terms of being attended to by the department responsible. And I said earlier on, it is not in our best interest to take spheres of government to court because it takes long. And whilst the matter is in court, the pollution does not stop. So we have not neglected any pollution that is made on our on dams and rivers, but we have agreed in the Indaba that let's engage more with municipalities. We must get municipalities admitting and signing something that is binding, that they are going to attend to this. But we are not a constitutionally delinquent state. No, we are not perpetual. We are not. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, to the response. Good afternoon, and thank you to Mr. Ryder. Good afternoon, Honorable Minister. Good afternoon to all members on the platform. Honorable Minister, we are now on question 52 that relates to access to clean or reliable water, asked by Honorable Makasini. Kindly respond.
Thank you very much to you, Honorable Lehose. Thank you, Honorable Makasini. As a regulator, the DWS has a constitutional and legislative duty to ensure that national minimum standards and norms are met, and the Val Central Water is the bulk water provider for Mangaung. We have that Val Central Water Board, which is the provider for bulk water supply, and it must ensure that Greater Bloemfontein gets water. Water treatment plant, which is also taken care of by VCW, the Val Central Water, they are committed in continuous upgrade because of the growing population. That water treatment plant is not entirely enough. But also what we have ensured in collaboration with Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality, the Val Central Water, they work closely with Mangaung Metropolitan to ensure that they optimize the water treatment process and improve the infrastructure performance. To enhance water security reliability in Bloemfontein, the DWS and VCW are implementing the following: augmentation of the bulk water supply from Harib Dam is planned to increase the supply for Bloemfontein. The leak reduction, where we have met with Mangaung to say they must take care of their national non-revenue water loss and tackle all the leakages around their water reservoirs, as well as emergency water supply planning, where the Val Central Water is exploring contingency measures of how municipality can be assisted, where there are going to be minimal of disruption on water supply. But also, as a regulator, we want to ensure that the blue drop, green drop is also adhered to, and more than often our municipalities, the water level in terms of quality, it is dropping drastically, and now we have provided a term that is called very rough order magnitude. So most of the areas around water supply in Mangaung, they fall within that category. When they fall in that category, we monitor very close. Hence, Val Central is working very close now with Mangaung, and we are very happy that Mangaung has agreed to that. But also, we're assisting them to identify bankable projects that they can put together and take to the business sector, because in terms of their revenue collection, it cannot be enough for them to be able to repair every aging infrastructure, but they do need assistance. So working with the Val Central, they are getting that technical expertise of putting together bankable projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The first supplementary question will be made by Honorable Makasini of the EFF. Honorable Makasini.
Thank you, Chairperson. Again, greeting Minister. Minister, we have been in Free State recently with the oversight. There's a lot of crisis complaint regarding the Val Central. I think we'll make some follow-up question. Regardless of that, Minister, you have been in Mangaung, in Bloemfontein specifically, dealing with the issue of water. But every time and again, the people of Mangaung get affected not getting water, regardless of your partnership with the Val Central and whoever that we are working with. Can you really give us time frame that you put in place to resolve the issue of Mangaung, except the there's now a relation, give us the time frame, because the problem of Val Central with the municipality of Free State is continuing, and there are a lot of dispute regarding to that, your entity that you are working with. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Makesini. Honorable Minister.
Chair, with your indulgence, what is the question? Is the question about Val Central that is not working very well with some municipalities? I just want to, so that I don't respond offsite.
With my understanding, Honorable Makesini is requesting for a time frame for people of Mangaung to start getting access of clean water, that they are, she's actually saying you have been intervening, but your intervention is not giving any positive results. So give her a time frame on when are you going to finally resolve on the issues of Mangaung. I don't know if I have captured you correctly, Honorable Makesini.
Yes, it's correct, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for that. Thank you, Honorable Makesini. Giving a support does not mean a takeover. We can support municipality to say, do 1, 2, 3, but at the end of the day, provision of water is municipality. Our role, I will not be tired to say it once and once more. Our role is that of building a water infrastructure from the river to the dam, from the dam to the water treatment plant. But from the water treatment plant to the reservoir to the tap of a household, it's not the role of the Department of Water and Sanitation. When we intervene to advise. We don't intervene to take over. We can only intervene to take over when there's Section 139. But before that, we can't take over the responsibility of municipality. So it's a bit that I cannot make a commitment here. Tina, when it comes to bulk in water supply, there is bulk water supply. And it's like I'm kicking the can down the street when I say every street, every local municipality, every town, when you meet water on the street, you must know that we are providing water. But that water is not going into a right pipeline where it's supposed to go. And that is not the responsibility of the Department of Water and Sanitation. Ours is to regulate standards and norms. And we have regulated standards and norms, even for Mangaung. We have worked with Salga, we've worked with the MEC for Kota, the Premier of Free State. We have raised the report on each and every municipality. And there's a turnaround plan that came with the municipality of Mangaung. In February, they had their water and investment summit, and they came up with the immediate issues. Some of the issues that affect municipalities and water, it will be advisable that some questions be directed to the Department of Kota, because they are the ones that are very directly responsible to assist municipality holistically. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Mabebo of the ANC. Honorable Mabebo.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, thank you very much for your comprehensive reply to this important question. According to the 2023 NCOP Provincial Week report, Mangaung was in areas in terms of servicing its debt to the Val Central and there were disputes between Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality and Vaal Central about the billing by the Vaal Central Hotel. What is the plan of intervention of the department to mediate such disputes between bulk water supply agencies and the municipalities across the country? And what is the intervention of the department to ensure that municipality fulfill their obligation to pay the bulk water supply authorities to mitigate water cuts which affect our communities negatively? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mabebo. I've noticed that you've asked at least 2 questions to the Minister, of which you are restricted to only 1, but it will be up to the Minister to choose which question she's going to respond to, or she may also choose to respond to both questions. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Malebu. Between the month of August to December, we met all mayors of all municipalities that are owing to water boards, premiers as well as COPTA, where we agreed that let all municipalities pay what they don't dispute. Let what they dispute be an area of engagement where an audit must be made. We further made some relief to municipality to say, if you pay your current invoices, all the debts of the past 3 years will be written off with immediate effect. And we wanted to give to give them that relief so that municipality can see that we are not punitive in terms of this, but we want to assist them because we understand the situation in which they operate in terms of revenue collection. So most of the municipalities, they've entered into an agreement that they will start servicing their debt. Then when they entered that service level agreement to say, we are going to pay our debt, we then relaxed and thought that they were going to be honorable and do that. But we have since discovered now in February that they renegated, they've not paid. And when they don't pay, the danger is water boards, they have staff to pay, they have water to clean, they have water to supply. So if they are not paid, these 3 services will not be able to be conducted by municipalities. That would lead to the collapse. The reason why at times we put a certain level of abstraction of water is because we don't want to cut off water at all, but we can decrease the supply so that we knock sense to municipalities to say now it's time to pay. Agreeing with all members here that water is a basic and a human right, but that what people don't, they drink raw water in certain corners of this country because there is no infrastructure as yet. But those who are drinking treated water, that treated water comes at a cost. So hence we were pleading with municipalities that they must come closer so that we can assist them. So to be exact, municipalities are still owing the water boards because this thing of water is a moving target. We were standing at 22 billion, now we're at 24 billion because as they don't pay, the water leaks are not stopping as well. So through the Indaba, we have given a time frame of 3 months that all municipalities must close all the leaks within 3 months. So we even said there are new technologies which we brought to the Indaba that can assist them to detect where the leaks are, because at the moment it is not easy for municipalities to do that. We think that after 3 months, when we make assessment, there will be a huge improvement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question, which is the 3rd follow-up question, will come from Honorable Skir Kochel of the Democratic Alliance.
Thank
Honorable
you,
Doctor.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to have a short question. I just want to give the minister advice because most probably she'll sit there in the cabinet meeting and then she'll meet Minister Zamande there. So we have some boereeraad. So you take a little bit of brandy and you take a bit of ginger, lemon, and honey, and you warm it up and you take it before you sleep. I'm telling you, tomorrow you'll be like a new person. All right, Minister, back onto my question. You know, we NCOP are here to share knowledge. All right, so Minister, municipalities in the Free State, and which one of them I actually live in, Mangaung, including Nala and Machabeng, have been experiencing water shedding for close to a decade now. Why, Minister, have you not replaced or even fired the entire board of Vaal Central Water for their incompetence? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Skirgochal. Honorable Minister, you may come in.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Doctor. The Vaal Central, remember that it came as a result where the first board was bankrupt. Vaal Central and Magalies had to incur the huge debts of Citibank, as well as Bloom something that went bankrupt. And having inherited that, they were also not paid. I'm not here to defend the Vaal Central. I will never defend them, but we must play fair. That if water board is failing to do what it's supposed to do, then there must be a clear submission on that. But at the moment, the water board is unable to service municipalities because municipalities are not paying. They are not paying municipalities. The Vaal Central is the most owed board. We even reported to cabinet that soon it might collapse. So firing the entire board will not make municipality to pay, not unless there's a scientific and proven research that if I fire them tomorrow, then all municipalities are going to pay. There's no report on their incompetency. I'm looking forward, if the honorable member has the report of their incompetency, we can deal with that. We met with all mayors. They never mentioned the issue of incompetency of the water board. There are municipalities that are paying water board and they are serviced accordingly. The water shedding comes as a result that the water board is unable to supply bulk water supply as it's supposed to be because they are owed and therefore they have limited revenue. Remember, government is not giving allocation to water boards. Water boards must get their operational funds from their sales of water to municipalities. So if I give you water, you don't pay, what more should happen? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The last supplementary question on question 52 will be made by Honorable Farmer. Honorable Farmer.
Thank you, Chairperson, and congratulations on your promotion. We should probably get used to it, seeing that we will soon refer to the DA as a former partner to the GNU.
Kindly ask your question, Honorable Farmer.
Will do so, Chair. Honorable Minister, the 3 billion that was necessitated by the Bloemfontein water crisis is now solving sanitation and water issues that came later. What were the initial reasons for approving this amount? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Farmer. You may come in with a response, Honorable Minister.
Chair, is Honorable Farmer saying there was a 3 billion that was allocated? So what is then the question?
You may come in again, Honorable Farmer.
Chairperson, let me repeat my question. What were the initial reasons behind the Bloemfontein water crisis which necessitated 3 billion to solve later sanitation and water issues?
Did you get that now, Minister? Honorable Minister?
I don't, Chair. Unfortunately, I don't. The Honorable is saying there was 3 billion. What necessitated us to give that 3 billion? Is that the question?
I think you should clarify the 3 billion issue, Honorable Farmer, and I'm not supposed to be allowing you those minutes to come and pose your questions more than once, but I'm giving you this opportunity so that the minister can give you an adequate response. Please put it in simpler form and be clear when asking your question, especially around the issue of the 3 billion.
Person, I will deal with this in writing with the minister. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Kindly accept the request, Honorable Minister. The question will be forwarded to your good self through writing.
I will appreciate that, Chair, so that I can respond fully. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. This brings us to the end of question 52. We are now going to question 65, which was asked by Honorable Mabebo. Honorable Minister, kindly respond to the question when you are ready to.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Malebu, for your question. As at the end of January 2025, municipalities owed the water boards 24.81 billion. As I said on the previous question, that I've met with all municipalities that are owing, all premiers, all MECs for COCTA to raise this, that let's cooperate to ensure that water boards are not owed. Because if they collapse, it means therefore a risk to the entire country, and will subject citizens to take water that is not purified. Despite that, other municipalities have started paying, but others are not paying. But we have as well agreed on implementing the credit control over municipalities that have huge debts to recover these debts. One of those was to approach the National Treasury that they must withhold the equitable share that is supposed to go to municipality. That was our last desperate move, because the equitable share is not only for water, it's for all other services. But we had to ensure that whatever that was supposed to go to municipality get withheld for municipalities to sign that they are going to pay. Once they pay, and once they send a commitment that they are going to pay, then National Treasury release those funds. But we have since seen that after we have been that flexible, some municipalities decided not to pay. Instead, they went to court. For instance, the municipality of Machabeng, they decided to go to court. So if they don't appreciate that they are owing the water board, and when we bring a relief, they go to court, it's a vicious cycle that does not really assist us. So the other measure that we put for municipalities that are owing without acknowledging to pay, we restrict the flow of water. That is not what we really want, but we're just trying to knock sense to say at a particular point, a user pay principle must be adhered to. Pay for the water that has been supplied to you, to ensure that citizens also pay for the water that has been supplied. But our research has been that there is not correct billing that goes to water users or the consumers, and municipality must review that and ensure that they bill correctly. There can be no a bill that says I staying with 2 kids pay same amount with a cement company or factory that is in Mangaung. Surely there's something wrong on that. So we are assisting municipalities. We agreed in the Indaba that there are 12 major things that we must do with immediate effect between now and December. And we said this issue of non-payment must also be looked at, and municipalities, it's not their fault entirely that they are owing. They are also owed by provincial departments, by national departments and their entities. Municipalities are owed a huge sum of billions. And if they are owed, then we expect them to pay. So it is that value chain that departments must pay municipality. Municipality must pay water boards. Water boards must pay us as Department of Water for us to be able to plow back again in terms of WISIC and RIPIC. But if no one is paying, we're unable even to come closer with grants to say we can assist here. So it's a vicious cycle. Be that as may, we have not given up. We are assisting municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The first follow-up on the question will be from Honorable Mabebo of the ANC. Honorable Mabebo.
Thank you, Chairperson, and then thanks to the Honorable Minister. This debt is growing monthly, and the reality is that low revenue-based municipalities are likely to afford this in the distant future. In this regard, has any determination made on the potential policy and financial implications of writing off the debt, especially for low revenue municipalities? If not, why not? And if so, what are the relevant details? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabebo. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Mabebo. You are correct, Honorable Mabebo. I said this debt is like we're chasing a moving target, because as long as you have lot of leakages, as long as we have mushrooming informal settlements who just do illegal connections, as long as you have water tankering that are not regulated by municipalities, they go to the reservoir of municipality, tap water from those reservoirs and sell the water to municipality. You can see there that is money going to the individual, tapping from municipality and not paying to municipality. We have agreed on writing off the debt as long as that debt is not going to have negative impact on the balance sheet of water boards. Hence, we are saying, pay your current invoice, municipality. If a municipality is owing 1.2 billion, pay your current invoice. If your entire debt is about 4.5 billion and your current is 1.9, we are saying pay your 1.9 and we write off the 4.5. But now, as we prepare to write off, the municipality don't pay the current invoice. So it is difficult then to write off a debt when people are not servicing the current invoice. Be that as may, we are assisting and working together with municipalities that let the public-private partnership come into the fore, so that the business community must also know that when municipalities are unable to pay water, it also affects them directly. Let them come together and be partners in water. So during our Indaba, we invited the entire water sector, professionals and all that. We say, then what should be the way forward? I will come sometime when invited to come and table the resolutions, as the Honorable Kaunda requested earlier on, the resolutions of water in Daba, because that water in Daba, it was coming up with solutions for the entire country on the current water crisis that we have. And I want to repeat, the water crisis is not based on the bulk water supply. We have enough water, our water is in the balance, but it is on the water provision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The second follow-up question will be from Honorable Dr. Skirkocha. Honorable Doctor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, given the ongoing dysfunctioning of water boards and clear political interference, isn't it time your delegated powers under Section 31B and Section 35 of the Water Service Act to appoint board members are removed and handed to an independent body to protect public's right to water. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Skirkochel. Kindly respond, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Doctor. Doctor, you must convince me, maybe through submission, which water board is dysfunctional. Having painted the picture here that these water boards are not paid, how do you measure dysfunctionality of a water board? You are saying a very serious allegation here. There's political interference. I think it would be good for you, Honorable Member, to substantiate on this political interference by who. I appoint water boards based on the Water Service Act. We work on the act here. We don't work on emotions. So if you have facts that there is political interference, please bring the facts forward so that we deal with these facts. And tell me, if you are providing services, then you are not paid, are you going to be accused of being dysfunctional? And if they are dysfunctional water boards, I'm not going to hide that. We'll have to deal with that, but let's play fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I think there's a need for further deliberations between the Minister and Honorable Skirkochel on the issues that have been raised. The next follow-up question will be from Honorable Iris from the EFF. Honorable Iris.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Minister, I just want to find out from you what long-term solutions, such as governance reforms and accountability frameworks, have you put in place to address the financial instability plowing South Africa's water sectors so as to prevent service delivery, disruptions, and protect essential water infrastructure? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eris. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Eris, thank you for that question. There are reforms indeed that are in place, which are part of the Vulindlela Part 2, which then says we must implement and start establishing the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency, which will also work as a monitoring agency on water issues. It further says that they will be able to work directly with the sphere of local government. We are also ensuring that we amend the Water Act, Service Act, where we want to make a clear distinction between the Water Service Authority and the Water Provision Authority, because at the moment you get this one saying I had to do up to here. My role was up to here, but I did not get support from the service authority because the bulk water infrastructure get channeled to them as the Water Service Authority. So I have no say on that. So we are already amending that. It is on the en route to Parliament, because we want Parliament to also pronounce on that. But also there are reforms that all water sales money, as well as electricity, because you cannot separate water from electricity, because some of the challenges is because when there's a load shedding, it then affects water. There will be water shedding because some of the water pumps, they work through electricity. There are certain areas where we have requested Eskom not to load shed. For instance, if you talk of Gauteng, the Ekenhof is getting their supply from city power, but the Zirpekov, they don't get load shedded. They get their electricity directly from ESCOM. We're saying we're making an analysis of all the critical water supply pump station to say how far can we go that ESCOM can have a direct transformer to those, so that even if there's load shedding, but the water must not be affected. So not in all municipalities will be able to do that, but already we have good interaction with the Department of Energy and Electricity in ensuring that certain areas are not load shedded, so that you can be able to pump water. So we can send the list of the reforms that are in pipeline in ensuring that we attend to the issue of water. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The last supplementary question on question 65 will be from Honorable Peter from the UDM. Honorable Peter.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Honorable Minister. The financial predicament facing our water boards, which is driven by the failure of a number of municipalities to settle their debts, raises urgent concerns about governance, oversight, and accountability. It is alarming that such astronomical areas have been allowed to accumulate to this point, as this is now threatening the sustainability of a critical water service and the livelihood of millions of South Africans. What immediate and long-term corrective action will your department implement, possibly with other departments, to ensure that municipal debts are not only recovered, but are also prevented whilst at an infant stage from reaching unsustainable levels in the future? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Peter. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to the question by Honorable Peter. Honorable Peter, your opening statement is very true on the stage where our water boards are. The immediate is that of withholding the grant to let them pay what they owe. The immediate is that of writing off the debt that is more than 3 years if they pay the current invoice. The immediate is that of them closing all water leaks, because whilst they owe these huge amounts to water boards, some of that water has not even reached the intended beneficiaries. So if they close the leaks, they disconnect illegal connections. So they will not be charged for water that they've not even used. So we need water management a strategy in municipalities. As part of the Indaba, we have requested municipalities that within the next 6 months, they must come up with a clear water management. In municipalities like in Johannesburg, as well as in eThekwini, the president has intervened through the presidential working group, and the focus is on water. And we have seen in eThekwini that there's great improvement in terms of closing the water leaks. eThekwini, within 3 months, they've reduced their percentage of water leaks from, I think it was, they had 47% to 36%. And we're saying if they can focus on that, that will work towards your question, Honorable Peter, that was saying, what are the preventative measures that you're assisting municipalities with? It is about ensuring that they manage water, but operation and maintenance of the water infrastructure is what is causing them to incur these costs. So if they can attend to that, then the cost will come down. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister and members, we are now going to question 53 that relates to continuous water outages asked by Honorable Nzimande to the Minister. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable Pepet, the water outages that have been experienced recently in Ilembe district are caused by interruptions in the bulk water supply from Umgeni Utukela, and that has impacted in areas like Zinkwazi, Sansosi, Danal, Lindelani, Nonoti, Blaisdale, Saunders Reservoir, Glen Hills, Warrington, Shakaville, Townview, Mbozambo, and Kwatukuza. The main challenge is that of the cathodic protection for 30-kilometer gravity. Vandalism has taken place there to an extent where the supply pipeline was stolen. The supply pipeline was stolen a few months ago after it was commissioned to start assisting in terms of water supply. There are various factors that leads to that. One, the water pipe gets stolen because people want to sell that part. Two, they are stolen and vandalized so as to give space to water tankers that to force municipality to tender for water tankers to get business. And we have since worked with subs in terms of huge vandalism of water infrastructure that subs must work with water committees, must work with ward committees to ensure that the communities, they also give information if they have on who are vandalizing and stealing our pipelines. At the moment, whilst the Lembe is still trying to get a new water pipe, they are making some emergency intervention in terms of water trucks, which I always say, those are very expensive and not sustainable. Umgeni Water has appointed a service provider to repair the cathodic protection on the gravity main between Ilembe and the water board. So the Ilembe is currently refurbishing as part of Plan B, Umvoti water treatment works, which will be utilized as an alternative supply whilst they are still awaiting to have a new pipeline. The department is also funding the replacement of several aging asbestos or concrete pipelines within that district municipality of Ulembe through our REPIC funding or grant or our WISIC. The Ilembe district municipality is a water service authority for that area. It is their responsibility to provide water. However, because of what has happened, we said let Umgeni Utukela come in and assist by appointing a service provider. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The first supplementary question will be taken by Honorable Nzimande of the MKP. Honorable Nzimande.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo. Honorable Minister, ake siphume kancane nje ekudlaleni. Sinenkinga siyizwe. Lo mbuzo nje ufanele ukuthi ukusize Minister ukuthi ngathi inkinga ziningi kule ndawo lezi esikhuluma ngazo. Like Ilembe, as you have spoken on the infrastructural challenges. Majabeng municipality, for example, like Ilembe, loses hundreds and hundreds of thousands of rents through leakages. To deal with an underground infrastructure, because of limited resources, they had about 100 million And for them to be able to assist with and dealing with the whole system, they will need 1.6 billion. Now, what is important is that the minister should at least espouse a bit on the cooperative strategies that her department will employ or is employing through interdepartmental engagement with other ministers that are relevant to address challenges associated with wastage of this scarce resource, because you'll realize that most of this happens after a lot of money have been invested to purify the water. So as they are classified as non-revenue water. I thank you, Chairperson. Sengehlela ngezansi. Ngiyakholwa ke manje uzophendula.
Your time is even up, Honorable Nzimande. Thank you very much. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair, Honorable Nzimande. Thank you very much. Your observation, Honorable Nzimande, is very correct, that municipalities are losing a lot of water. It goes back to the operation and maintenance. It goes back to the changing of the aging infrastructure. It goes back to the climate change, especially if you look at KZN, Northwest, Mpumalanga, Eastern Cape, and Gauteng. The inclement weather conditions have also affected their water infrastructure. The floods, and we are saying as we build or renovate or restart the water infrastructure, we must ensure that it is flood resilient. What now they are repairing, for instance, through the disaster national disaster response plan, municipalities must also tap on that to be able to repair and replace the water infrastructure that has been affected by floods. So we have also advised the municipalities that 2-3 days ago, Minister Hlabisa of COCTA has allocated some funds to all provinces that have been affected by disaster. So municipalities are supposed also to get that money and to replace the infrastructure that it was affected by floods. I fully agree with Umpepeto that the municipalities really, if they could be assisted to attend to the leaks, because they lose a lot of water through those leaks whilst people are waiting for water. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We are now inviting Honorable Kaunda from KZN to come up with a second follow-up to the original question. Honorable Kaunda.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Let me thank the Minister for her responses, and it shows that she's visible on the ground. She was at eThekwini also through the collaborative efforts to open a water scheme. Honorable Minister, what is the extent of the challenge of damage prone to water infrastructure nationally? 2, is there any integrated national response plan to this challenge? If so, what are the relevant details? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kaunda. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you to Honorable Kaunda. For national water resource infrastructure, response plans are in place for municipal water services. Each municipality, Honorable Kaunda, is required to develop its own disaster management plan. However, almost all municipalities are struggling to maintain their existing water and sanitation infrastructure, let alone investing in it to make more resilient to climate change. Hence, we are saying when there is intervention from national, then municipalities must benefit out of that. In the next 2 weeks, the Minister of Water, Minister of COCTA, Minister of Treasury, Minister of Electricity, Energy and Electricity, Minister of Human Settlement, we will be meeting to come up with a well-coordinated common program of intervention. If I'm intervening through WISIC, we must not allow municipalities to double dip. When we go there to intervene, let's go holistically as these departments that have a little bit of water grant, so that when we enter a municipality, we leave an indelible mark in that municipality, so that we are not all over and leave no tangible program when we have visited municipality. So we have that plan of meeting together and say how much do we have for which district or for which province, for which municipality, so that we can put together those resources, those national government resources, and intervene. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The third supplementary question will be from Honorable Badenost of the DA. Honorable Badenost.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, there's an old saying that if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. Government has ignored early warnings about infrastructure failures in places like Bloemfontein and Ilembe. Why was preventative maintenance not prioritized? Is it not better to do preventative maintenance than to try and do interventions after the fact? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Please come in with the response.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Badenost. If you plan to fail, you fail to plan. Okay. The municipalities, the various departments are expected to operate and maintain their infrastructure. The Department of Water and Sanitation is expected to maintain the dams, to maintain the water treatment plants or packages, water treatment packages, and municipalities are expected to operate and maintain the water reservoirs as well as the water pipelines. So there's something missing there, wherein when operation and maintenance has not been allocated a budget, is not been monitored at the level where it's supposed to happen, then it won't happen. Unfortunately, we cannot give a directive or instruction to municipality that now you must maintain. Look, I came to NCOP and I said to NCOP, Honorable Chair, we have closed the Lesotho water tunnel from the 1st of October up to the end of March, because we are to do a major maintenance. And everybody made noise to say we'll have a Black Christmas. No, don't maintain, don't close it. And we're forceful, we closed it. Before we did that, we did a diligence work of ensuring that we fill up all the reservoirs for municipalities that might be affected, up to the Val Dam. And we have done that, and all the doomsayers said they were going to go for Black Christmas, there'll be day zero of water. And we were firm to say we are going to close our ears and do what is right. And we did exactly what was right. Today, we're done with that, with the tunnel on the side of South Africa. We delivered by the end of March. On the side of Lesotho, they're standing at about 84%. So they requested 2 to 3 weeks because of severe rainfall. They could not finish. There was no day zero of water. There was no Black Christmas. Water was there in terms of bulk water supply. We did not even open Sterkfontein. What is lacking in municipality is to take a bold statement and say, now we're closing this lane, inform communities, get water, in the next 3 days, 4 days, we're closing this water pipeline, we want to maintain. What is not happening is operation and maintenance. And we cannot do that on behalf of municipalities because we are not allocated funds to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for the response. The last member to ask a follow-up question is Honorable Chirwa Mpungose of the EFF.
Thank you so much, Stalo. Greetings, Minister, to yourself. Minister, emaphumulo ngase-Ward 4 kwaMvumase nase-Ward 11 ngasemnyameni ziyaphela izinyanga eziyisithupha abantu bengenawo nhlobo amanzi. And what the Minister is presenting to the NCOP today has been parroted for time. And there is no tangible evidence of water ever coming to these communities. Perhaps the relevant question to ask to the Minister is not necessarily on the interventions themselves by the department, by the Minister and the municipalities, but to perhaps ask the Minister, by when will these sentiments, this rhetoric that we keep on hearing in the communities, that we keep on receiving even from the department, by when will it result in our people receiving water? Which date are we looking at? Which date is the department, the Minister and the municipalities committed to in ensuring that all efforts the Minister speaks about result in tangible water that our people can have in these said communities? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chirwa. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much to Honorable Chirwa. What I like is that you are lawmakers seated here. If constitutional implications are a rhetoric, well, do something as lawmakers. Because what I'm saying here is what is in the Constitution. We are not allocated money to go and be and provide water to municipalities as per se. We are allocated money to build water, bulk water infrastructure. I can understand Comrade Chirwa better if she was saying there is no bulk water supply. There is bulk water supply. She's talking about Ward 4 and Ward 11. I'm not responsible for wards unless you members of Parliament change the Constitution to say now we must go and provide water in locals. Something that is not there in the Constitution. There is a law here in South Africa. So you cannot just get a minister jumping to go and give water to people of Ward 4. If you deem fit that we must change the Constitution and assign a new responsibility and a mandate, we'll gladly accept that mandate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This brings us to the end of question 53. We are now going to question 67, that is related to theft and vandalism of water infrastructure. And this will be the last question of the day. The question was asked by Honorable Moloko from Limpopo from the ANC. Honorable Minister, question 67.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the session. Honorable Moloko, thank you very much for this question. The department is receiving support from the Joint Initiative on Crime and Corruption. Because when there is vandalism, we are saying vandalism must be reported as crime. And it must not just a crime. It must be treated as a high priority crime. Because anyone, like the one who did in Lembe, anyone who remove that big pipeline, sabotage, so that people don't get water, that is supposed to be treated as a serious priority crime and be treated accordingly. So, but on the other side, we are launching now in April, we are launching water and sanitation sector anti-corruption forum. We are working with SIU to do that. We have already developed the terms of reference, but we have been working with SIU on other matters, but we have not as yet established forum. We want to establish a national forum, provincial forums, so that our people must take into their hands to guard against any vandalism in their areas. To date, Chair, we have working with SIU, we have already recovered 459 million of some of the people who have been penalized for destroying and vandalizing our infrastructure. So if we work with the JICC, we are going to overcome some of the cases of vandalism. The department will also coordinate and collaborate with COCTA as well as SALGA on municipal infrastructure security issues, because those the water infrastructure and plants and reservoirs are not very much secured. Hence, it becomes easier for people to vandalize them. But we are also developing a strategy on theft and vandalism. People might think this is a small thing. For instance, the taps. We used to have aluminium taps, but now we have since advised municipalities not to put aluminium taps, to put a plastic taps, because aluminium taps are easily stolen. So now they're putting the plastic taps. Now, those criminals, when they go there and find a plastic, they just take it out and leave water leaking there, because they cannot make money out of this tap. So I'm saying there are strategies that are in place to deal with vandalism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I'll invite Honorable Molokome for the first supplementary question.
No, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, for the answer that you have provided. I think you went too much on that, and is understandable, Honorable Minister, but let me just pose this one concerning the communities, and I think you will also elaborate more on that. Honorable Minister, in light of the magnitude of this challenge, which requires state society collaboration at the community level, what are the plans and practical steps that the JICC has considered to form structures, community networks, and partners with the state to address this challenge? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Programming Whip. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much to Honorable Molokome. The JICC is working with the National Prosecution Authority, NPA, to reduce criminal activities that are relating to vandalism. As to go further to the question to say what is their plan, it is unfortunate that it will be difficult for us to respond on behalf of the JICC. The question is very important, but they don't usually expose their strategy in terms of dealing with vandalism, because if you expose too much, you might end up not arresting anyone for vandalism, because they know all the moves. So this JICC does not tell us the plan. We report to them to say, this is what has happened. Then they employ their own strategies. I'm unable really to give the clear plan on how they are going to do it. Thank you.
Thanks. That is noted, Honorable Minister. Honorable Van der Berg will come up with a second follow-up. Honorable Van der Berg.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm with you. It's quite a problem, because my question has changed so many times today as the water problem has unfolded to me, and you need to ask a relevant question. And as the Minister has mentioned to us that they have given the municipalities a deadline, they have to get back to us, and out of the nature of how it works, we know that there's not going to be change coming. So my question is to the minister that is she willing to take on this legislative battle to bypass this silo effect and procurement laws, for instance? We have in my hometown companies that successfully maintained the infrastructure in the past, but they have simply stopped quoting because as a company, they do not get the work, and then they will have to work for a subcontractor, and then this subcontractor doesn't pay them in many cases, or they pay them partially, and we are talking about huge amounts of money because it's not cheap to fix water systems. So apart from this delinquent companies, is it possible for the minister to declare an emergency perhaps, to even go to the point of changing procurement laws to make it easier for us to do the maintenance and obviously to also protect the infrastructure? I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Van der Berg. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. To Honorable Member, some of the questions must be asked from COCTA. Fortunately, SALGA is part of your house. You may as well interact with SALGA because SALGA is a body that represents municipalities. We are unable to declare an emergency and change procurement laws. That is the function of Treasury. We can't change procurement laws that are in place because of the MFMA as well as PFMA. It is unfortunate that we are unable to do that. But also the issue of tendering get on the local projects, it becomes the responsibility of municipality. I fully understand the frustration that members have. I have all those frustrations that why would it take about 10 to 15 years for one project? We have such projects that have been in the pipeline for a longest time. The money has been sent. The issue of capacity kick in then to say, do we have capacitated people who are supposed to deal with this? And more than often, that comes, the attack comes to politicians who are councillors, mayors, who has nothing to do with the technical infrastructure on how things are supposed to be done. It becomes an unfair criticism to them, but we have to go deeper. And NCOP is a strategic house that is supposed to get deeper because you are there or for provincial interest. And therefore, it will be important that at some point, the NCOP invites SALGA, invites the mayors of the areas where there's been no services of water, waste removal and all that, because you are a council of provinces and they sit in your house. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the response, Honorable Minister. The next supplementary question will be from Honorable Kennedy from the EFF. Honorable Kennedy.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, Minister. Honorable Minister, in the understanding of roping in the other departments in this critical issue of theft and vandalism, are there any strategies of resource allocation and accountability measures, focusing more especially on preventative response and long-term solution? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kennedy. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Kennedy. Honorable Kennedy, when we rope in other departments to assist us in terms of this issue of vandalism, unfortunately, we don't allocate resources because they've been allocated resources by the national fiscus, and therefore we tap on the resources that they have, but we don't have the dedicated resources that we give to SAPS, we give to JICC when they follow up on such cases. The long-term plan should be that how we build our water infrastructure. We must use the new models of technology so that it can prevent anyone to vandalize. But given the capacity and in terms of financial capacity and the financial muscle of most of the municipalities, it is not possible to do that. They are trying. There are certain municipalities that are trying very hard in ensuring that they even use drones to ensure that their strategic water infrastructure are monitored at all times, but not all municipalities. And we are saying the funding model for municipalities must be changed. How funds have been allocated to municipalities is not in line with what municipalities are demanded to supply. Their fiscus in terms of the equitable share is just a drop in the ocean. So it is we're awaiting for the white paper amendment that it will assist in coming closer to this. We have an interest as a Department of Water and Sanitation on what Minister Hlabisa is currently working on the white paper. And I think NCOP will also make a huge contribution, because you experience this every time you go to your provincial meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The last supplementary question will be taken by Honorable Badenhorst.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Last question of the day. Honorable Minister, are you aware of any examples of smart surveillance technology which has been implemented to protect infrastructure? And why has this not been adopted nationwide? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Yes, I'm aware that in some areas, some municipalities, some departments are using that. But why is it not adopted to be used across the country? I don't know. I don't know. But on our during Indaba, we have agreed with the business sector that we must check what is available in the country and how can we tap on such to ensure that the water and sanitation and electricity infrastructure is protected at all times. But there is nothing really that is at a national level that is a national plan to do that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. This brings us to the end of today's questions. Honorable delegates, I would like to thank both Honorable Pemima Jodina and Honorable Blade Nzimande, the MECs, all permanent and special delegates in the House, the SALGA representatives, for availing yourselves for this sitting. Honorable delegates, that concludes the business of the day and the House stands adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Really
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Lekker daging le kwasi.
This is mad.